I don't think I could be like, I'm gonna follow you around, Sonic.
Should I go back to the main menu?
I mean, it doesn't matter. We're gonna be up in a minute.
Good.
I guess we are. It normally takes longer for startup, but I guess we're good. So hello, good evening. I'm Wes, the Explosion.
I'm Sam. And this is Sonic 06. The best Sonic game?
Technically, it's called Sonic the Hedgehog because
Trial select gold medal result.
I'm honestly not sure. Like, I'm not sure if this was like a reboot or just like a rebrand. You know what I mean? You can unlock 2 other stories. Do you want to guess who those stories?
Silver.
See?
Funny boat with many oars.
Is this Final Fantasy? I swear I've heard somebody make that joke before. I can't even.
So she's a princess lady, probably.
Yeah.
That's the code.
Guess what happens in this game a lot?
Humans kissing animals.
That only happens once in this game, I think. You'll see. You'll see. Anyway, are you... How confident you feel that this isn't going to just be okay, I tried it, we're done? How
I don't
confident...
think it'll be that bad.
You think that you can get through this?
Do I have to get through all the stories or the Sonic story?
Miss Elise?
Do I have to pay
Maybe
to get
Silver. Well, like, is it the same game? You just play as someone different?
I think they have like their own shit going on, and they also have like different people helping them. Because like you get some Blaze levels for Silver, and I think you get some Tails stuff for Sonic, and I don't know, like...
Shadow has no friends.
Well, like I think Omega and Rouge are around, but I don't know if you actually like play as them. You might play as Knuckles a little bit. This game was very ambitious.
It was well.
But what somebody told me was that apparently, like, they lost the build, so they had to go back to another unfinished build and just, like, pretty much put it out for Christmas or whatever it was. So, like, if that's true, it's unfinished in, like, multiple senses, right?
Crazy loading times or something.
Did you watch the donkey video?
To meet you at
I feel
last,
like I
Princess of
watched
Soleanna.
Game Grumps play this for like
I am
2
Dr.
episodes,
Eggman.
and I was like,
I've come
the
here
loading
to obtain the
times are
secret of the flames of disaster from you,
disastrous.
and to
The
take
flames of
miracle
disaster
gems
to
that
take
are
the
key to
miracle
its
gem.
secrets, the Chaos
Chaos.
Emerald. Now, Princess.
Doesn't this
way.
just seem like the
Barney's.
worst idea, though? Hey, you know that the apocalypse? You have the key to it, right? Can I have the key to the apocalypse? Like, at least with the Ark, I'm just like, yeah, I get what he was going for there.
Wow, that's a pretty snazzy performance there.
Is this happening, or is this gonna happen in the future? Is this one of the things where it's like an action-packed moment in the future, and they're starting with it to grab your attention?
Listen, man, I don't know exactly the entire story here. I think I did watch the entire Snap dub of it because I was forced to.
I'm Sonic.
By that one guy who
Not that irritating
really likes the plot of this game.
I was gonna say something, and you're like, I don't know the plot. I was gonna be like, I know something.
Like, it was really weird. I'm assuming he won't be watching, so he won't get offended. Like, it was really weird because, like, there's just, like, this guy I know, and he was obsessed with Sonic lore. I don't know if he'd played really any of the games, but he was like... But he was like, oh my gosh, and, like, some of the Archie stuff's really epic, and he was talking about some of, like, the overly edgy, I think, like, Ken Penders stuff, and I'm just like, were we okay with that? Like, I don't know. I feel like there is definitely a time to have super serious and like mature stories and everything, and Sonic typically, like, Sonic can have some maturity there and everything, right? But there's like a certain line that you cross where it's just like, this is a little silly. He's a mascot. He's a cartoon mascot.
Sonic, you took your eyes off her for 2 seconds.
Okay, you know what I said was gonna happen a lot in this
Oh,
game?
she'll kidnap a lot.
If I remember correctly, she's worse than Princess Peach.
Sonic, take this.
Take this. Take this.
Isn't
take...
that what he wants? Like, he doesn't want her. He wants the gem.
I don't know. She's like, she has the secret to the flames of disaster, which will only work out well for
Oh, he knows.
sexy Eggman.
I don't like his barnacles.
You mean like his like nipple thing?
Yeah.
I've heard other people call it nipples. I don't know. They look more like the sort of thing where he's gonna get some weird tubing attached to him so he can like directly pilot something. But I don't think that happens. If this game had succeeded, this could have been the future of the franchise. That said, I still don't understand why they referenced this. Like, ever, right?
Oh no, he's getting away.
Like, if you could just pretend the most embarrassing thing of your life never happened, wouldn't you?
I don't know, maybe they're like, haha, we're laughing at it so we don't cry about it.
Like, I got a comment recently because I don't think I showed you the script for it. It was just like on Mega Man's, like the old like a bunch of the recurring elements that a lot of people complain about, but they still insist on putting in. And I made like a slight jab at Sonic Generations because they had some Sonic 06 levels. And someone was just like, well, they took the crappy stuff from Sonic 06 and they made it good in Generations.
Can I?
Some of this stuff is never fun.
Can I change? I can't change the camera thing.
I have no idea how it works.
It's inverted and I hate it.
Oh dear.
I saw Fox with 2 tails over by the plaza. It seemed like he was looking for someone.
Is it Foxy from Five Nights at Freddy's?
Oh, I really hate that camera.
Either way,
Is it for us? Tails, hey!
it's just not One, I kind of thought that like the worst parts of Sonic Generations were probably the, Oh, it didn't load too. It went kind of quick.
Long
Ish.
time no see.
I'm glad you're
And like two, the other thing was you should probably just pretend it didn't happen. Like throw in 2 levels from Sonic 3 if you need an extra level or something, right?
Just re-release Adventure.
I may not know what Eggman's up
You don't
to,
even need to
but
remake
that'd
it. Just
be a good thing.
put it out again.
Okay. With your
Yeah. I
help,
think
this
it's on
should be a
Steam,
piece of
isn't it?
I'll do my
So I mean,
best.
it's kind of.
Yeah.
My gosh, like the way he started up running, it looked like those were movements not like how he would run, but somebody in a Tails costume, like a mascot thing.
They did to find out where Eggman's
Aye.
battleship went. We
But like,
gotta
I
sink
think the
his
thing that
battleship.
I lost it at with like, Generations was at the credits they're showing, like screenshots from his various games throughout the years. I swear they showed like the freaking kiss scene in one of those boxes. It's like, no, Sonic!
Our proudest moment.
We were pretending that never happened, Sonic! You will never live that down, Sonic.
What's the button? Oh, X. It seems there's danger over by the beach. All I hear is rumors, though. Who knows what's really going on? Beach. You need to walk on the beach and suddenly X appear. I feel like I hear that. There's a beach is right there. Can you see it? There's a mirror beyond the mirror. It's made for the beach. I don't have ring blade right there.
You need shoes for that.
I think isn't there a dumb tutorial thing I could do?
Sonic,
I don't know if there's like a dumb tutorial. I think there's just a guy running a stand and
I got a nickel. What do I do with the nickel? Can I change the
probably
camera
achievements.
anyway? I hate it. You push left to look right, and you push right to look left.
Listen, they were on a time crunch. Like you could possibly go out and try changing it.
I'm looking for a storekeeper.
How does Sonic not have the cool shoes? He's been on how many adventures at this point?
Are you just...
Oh, I think that's him, yeah.
Go to the stores often to check out the new
Wait,
items.
wait. Light ship. Oh, wait.
That is a very yellow coat.
I don't have money. It's a bird Robert. I've been making shoes in this town for a very long time. I'm making the ultimate shoes now. These shoes are the power to
This is the ultimate.
The winder of a shoemaker?
Good evening, Rayquaza. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you're gonna run around. I guess this is just like the obstacle courses with the skates in Mega Man 64. They ripped off Mega Man 64.
Put on shoes and go through the ring. If you made the shoes correctly, you'll make it on time. Well,
The winder of a shoemaker.
shoemaker capital.
Oi, oi, oi.
These gonna be fun
Yeah.
loading times. Oh, that's not bad. Oh,
I told you I'd never beaten this, right?
yeah.
I played this with a Sonic aficionado, and the two of us could not beat it together. Of course, I will admit the Sonic aficionado had questionable skills when it came to platformers. He was the one who has ruined Kirby for me. You gonna be able to do this?
Well,
You only need to get through one.
Oh, okay, that was it. I did it. That wasn't bad. I did the tutorial.
You think this is the tutorial?
I hope. Now we go to the beach. The first level's always good.
Being always good.
The stones that you can fit into the shoes are called gems.
Mm-hmm. I just want to turn it up
So
a
they're
tick.
like Crocs.
Oh
I
my
could put
gosh.
little beads
Sonic
in.
invented Crocs.
You know that old man? See?
No problem.
That's not a D. Ooh, 200 rings. He paid me to take his shoes.
Well, either that or the gods were just like, you have obtained the sea. Now head for the sea. Here's 200 rings. So is that for the light dash, or do you need to still buy them?
I gotta buy them.
Oh.
I gotta buy the light dash giblet to put in my Crocs.
Oh!
I was gonna buy Crocs. They're making Pokemon ones, but then they like never. I never saw the.
Aren't they
release
super
of it.
expensive or something?
Like $70 for a pair of Crocs, but shoes are expensive and they have the Pokemon name on them. Hey.
Well, if we've learned anything, it's that people will buy absolutely anything that has Pokemon on them. And you know what? I'm not like that guilty, but at least when it comes to mainline stuff, I'm guilty.
They look nice though. So, if
Ooh.
you were a Croc, how would you attach a thing to the Croc? Or do I not have to flip it?
I don't know, maybe it just goes on.
Oh, that's Tails.
When you get close to a trail of rings, press the X button to do a light dash.
You, I was gonna say, you let go a little early.
Oh, I didn't know I had to hold it. I thought just pushing it and I go.
You killed Tails.
You
Don't
went
you
going,
normally
like,
have to? I
crooked.
thought I normally held
I
it.
thought I usually push it. But
What
I
if
was
you-
like going crooked and
Listen,
T-posing through them.
they had to make Christmas.
Hey,
I don't know if this was a Christmas game or not.
X is to kick. Pursue the egg carrier. Well, I'm sure glad you waited for me to do this.
I've got to hurry and save Elise.
I mean, on like the plus side, this wasn't on a Sega console, right?
Microsoft problem.
It's like I imagine, like, you know, normally if there's an exclusive, somebody paid for it, right? Especially if it's something that could run on multiples.
Oh, I missed a nickel.
It's not a big deal.
Are you sure? What if at the end they're like, you need 40
Are you
nickels?
looking to 100% this game?
Maybe. I heard it's pretty good.
But yeah, just like imagining this game coming out.
Just as you land,
Sega looking at X-Men for like,
jump off of it.
you're the ones who frickin' paid for it. Don't look at me.
Who wanted it?
They're like, make a super cool one for us. I mean, truth be told,
Nickel.
I feel like it does make a little bit of sense for Sonic to be on the Xbox, specifically because that's like the American one, right? And Sonic has like, he can really move and he's got an attitude. He's the fastest thing alive. So him having like the cool American console, it makes sense. At the same time, I think it also works really well for Snick and, you know, like Nintendo though, just for reasons. Meant to compete with Mario, so that means he's probably, you know, probably geared towards stealing Mario's people. His audience. Good evening, Griff. And yeah, I thought it was funny if I tried to draw a comparison to this and the adventure games. Because I think there's been a few...
Oh, am I good? What happened?
You were supposed to jump off of it, not just kind of hop off of it. But yeah, like, I know some people get a little sensitive if you try to say, well, this is practically, you know, like, not necessarily this, but if you say any game is pretty much like Adventure 3. Like, I know some people got some sass for it when they're like, the thing that people don't want to acknowledge is that Sonic Heroes is essentially Adventure 3.
It's not.
I mean, there's like some similarities.
It's a 3D Sonic game. So am I supposed to be doing anything, or I'm just...
Okay,
Oh.
Sonic, I'll be right back.
You need to save him. Oh god, I forgot about this.
While jumping, press and hold
You throw fake rings, which then scatter around and they look like regular rings.
Okay, this is not going... Oh, I gotta come back here.
Yeah, you didn't hit a checkpoint.
I became Tails, I thought that would be a checkpoint.
I'm sorry, did you touch a checkpoint when you got Tails?
How am I supposed to attack this Tails?
You throw the fake rings.
They don't lock on. And they don't... I can't
Oh,
control how
I'm
I
sorry.
throw
Just
them.
because Zelda has a lock on, you need a lock on. So how are you feeling? Are you getting to the credits?
Yeah, probably. It's not bad when I'm Sonic, I don't think. Tails is a little useless, it seems like.
How can you say that? Tails actually does know how to swim. I don't know why you're having so much trouble. Oh man, that's gonna be so helpful when you flounder around with Tails again.
There we go.
Did you see that? He hooked it dead on.
Yeah,
He has
did.
the eyes of an eagle. I was like, you didn't go through the box.
I can't control my up and down.
There was a Sonic reference in Danganronpa when I was playing it. It's like, oh my god.
I can't control when he stops flying.
Danganronpa V3 seems to have a lot of references.
I wish
yeah.
I could control when he stops flying. Oh, there, that's on the
Sam, how many times do I need to tell you? They were on a deadline. You are so friggin' entitled. They put a game out there and you expect it to work? They charged $50 to $60 for this, but that doesn't mean that there weren't problems. That they did not suffer for their art. Bloodlust? I thought you had this.
Where
Yeah.
is the way forward?
Oh, yeah.
There's the whale. Oh, there's Sonic. Okay,
You
so
probably want to follow the rings and go around.
I can.
Anyway, asking about Heroes, it's just one of those. I think that one was for like all the consoles. It was for GameCube, PlayStation, and yeah. It was another 3D Sonic though, where it had elements to like. It had some elements, like the 3D thing, and you played with multiple characters and all that stuff. I mean, it's really, I guess, just all about how you define an adventure game, I think. Because, I mean, Adventure 1 and Adventure 2 were very different. If in your mind all it was is just run around, play with like a wider cast of characters and be in
Feels a lot more
3D.
linear, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was Sonic Adventure 2 not?
But the levels were like more open.
I
and,
kind of
like,
get what you
could
mean.
explore them.
I don't know. Like, the thing with it is, though, we've only got 2 adventure games, so it's kind of hard to fit it in a box, right?
Yeah.
Because, like I said, you know, like, Adventure 2, you had 2 storylines, and they converged at the end. But otherwise, it was a linear set of levels, right? Even if the levels themselves weren't necessarily linear. Adventure 1, it's dick around in the city for like a half an hour until you find the one thing you're supposed to canoodle with.
Why did they make it look like... what's happening? What's happening? It looked like I could jump up there, right?
I don't think you can stop. So yeah, I don't know. To get an answer to whether certain games were or were
Why does it
not
jump upside
an
down?
adventure game, you'd need to have a definition of what the adventure games actually were. Which I don't know that we do. And it's just funny to hear people argue about this stuff sometimes. I try to be nice and agreeable, but sometimes I also just want to hear, you know, I just want to see the world burn.
It'll guard this course in 2024.
Ay, ay, ay. But yeah, if you're looking for specifics on that game, though, you played through the game 4 times with 4 different teams. Each team had a fast character, a flying character, and a power character. And the main team, of course, was Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, because they are best friends.
Oh, I did it.
You did do it. Congratulations. What do you get? What did you get?
I got 4 rings.
I'm asking what your score is.
That's an A rank. That's an S rank if there is one. I thought that was gonna be a D rank.
I was thinking C or D. So, congratulations.
I got $1,000.
You have exceeded my expectations.
Now we get a sick loading screen. Oh, I got a golden nickel. What
the
do my
coins.
What do my nickels do?
I think they might just be collectible things like you know, like the emblems in Battle 2.
You think anyone's played through this entire game without dying or getting hit?
Probably.
I know
One,
what we're doing
I
next.
feel like every game, like there was a thing that somebody asked a while back on Twitter where they're like, do you truly believe that every Pokemon is someone's favorite? And it's like, well, millions of people like play Pokemon, of course. And I kind of feel like it's the same thing with like a lot of video games where even crappy games or obscure games, there's still going to be someone out there who's like, I love it. And like the other thing with challenge runs is that I feel like the less people want to do it, you know, sometimes people fixate on that because it's like, well, no one else is gonna bother with this. Like, you know, no hit buster only Mega Man X run. Yeah, of course, there's like probably a billion of them. People like that game. But this is like, who else is gonna bother trying a no hit speed run on Sonic 06? This will be my legacy.
The speedrun for this
People
is probably
will.
cool because it's broken. Oh, hi.
Yeah, except for the loading times.
Oh, Tails is
Hey,
good. What am I doing? Pay attention. What am I doing?
Oh, apparently there are some tricks. And good evening, EXE. I cannot read the first part of your name, my apologies, but I think we might have had this conversation before.
You got anything for some? Ooh, anti-gravity. Sure.
I mean, like, if you have money,
What are
I
these?
feel like you're gonna get to the end of the game and it's gonna be like, if only I had saved all my money.
How do we get to the Chow Garden?
You can't get through here. I don't think there is a Chow Garden in this, but could you, like, imagine if there was, where it'd be one of those things like, yeah, the game's a piece of crap and everything, but
it has a
Chow
Chow
Garden. And people be like, oh yeah, the Chow Garden. People love the Chow Garden.
I didn't pay attention to what I'm supposed to be doing? Tails is somehow dead.
Oh my god. Listen, if they're doing challenge runs of this game, I don't think you could catch them. Ay, ay, ay. They gotta be doing some extra dimensional, like, they gotta be crazy. I'm sure at some point someone was like, Sonic, go to the chili dog stand. You know, if the spring wasn't in there, I was about to question whether you were supposed to be able to slide under that wall.
Oh, what are you doing up here? What's happening?
Why is she upset?
Why was she crying and like, don't worry?
Eggman, my lover, he said he would call, but he never called. Or was she upset that Elise was kidnapped? Elise, the super pivotal Sonic character that always absolutely shows up.
Besides Solon, what?
I mean, given that this game though takes place in like the human world, what if we made that another requirement for stinking?
While running, hold the X button and release after a
Listen,
while
Sam.
to perform a
Listen, Sam,
sliding
you
attack.
need to find more people who will tell you that Eggman went to the frickin' desert.
Oh,
Or maybe
is that what
was
I'm
it.
doing right?
It said to collect information on Eggman, which maybe that's enough.
It's orange ones that progress it, I
Oh my gosh, you're
Oh,
frickin'
okay.
learning.
think. Lord Bridge, is that her dad?
I don't think so. You just want to go to the desert, let the soldiers die, cover. Oh gosh! He said he would. You said he would let you know he's coming. Not those soldiers. There's very many soldiers. They're not very effective. Eggman just kind of came in and blew us all to hell. Honestly, you
Is this the
could
desert?
probably. It might be the desert. I feel like that opens. Aye, aye, aye.
If you were a desert, where would you be? Can I put up the mini map somewhere? Fast track or something? I'm lost. Oh,
Oh, aye, aye. And I mean, you don't know that, Medler. Maybe they would just port it wholesale from stinking Dreamcast or something. I don't know. But good evening. Good evening. Good to see you
Ooh,
again.
look at this.
Oh yeah, because you got the thing.
Oh, I'm
I don't know.
sick with
Like, my
this now.
understanding with this was a lot of funky things happened when they were attempting to make this game.
Okay, so like desert. Oh,
If I were a desert, where would I be?
hey, did you
Where
hear
there's
that?
no rain.
I did hear that actually, sir. Oh, is this the desert? Oh, this is the desert. Oh, yeah, that's for no reason. No.
Oh, hey, aye.
Why is the desert in a room in the?
But yeah. Eggman kind of works as a people in this game, though, just because he's
always
He's
been a people.
normally kind of goofy looking. But it is bizarre seeing him just like in the human world. I mean, like, doesn't.
Is her skin
You're a
orange?
good
Oh no, she's
girl,
wearing something.
Elise.
An orange.
Remember,
Yeah.
be brave. Don't cry, no matter what happens.
Is that Silver telling her that?
I think it was Eggman. He's like, oh, something or other.
Sonic. Hello. Why would Sonic be like,
Mr.
be brave,
Sonic.
don't ever cry?
Just call me Sonic. Now then, are you okay?
I'm so glad that you
Wait,
came.
why's she
I
unattended
always
here?
keep my word.
Because he locked her up, but then he busted her out
Oh,
by
we
punching
are
down
at
the
it. Ooh,
sandstone
that thing's
wall.
kinda cool looking. This might get her down.
It looks like a pesky rat has stuck its nose where
Is
it
a
doesn't
hedgehog
belong.
I mean, I'm gonna say him running around with people, it isn't that weird to me, but when one is directly hugging him, that's when I'm like, okay, this might be a little silly.
Flames of disaster.
At least they aren't kissing.
Tails!
Got it.
Never
Let's
that.
go.
It's also like weird looking at serious, semi-realistic looking Eggman because it's like, Eggman's a silly man. Eggman's a silly guy. He's a goof.
I'll take
Oh.
care of you now. An
Oh,
early
sir.
breakfast for my pet.
Oh, yeah.
Only has one. And he has a
Ay.
lightsaber?
Yes.
Spoilers, Shadow shows up in this game?
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, I was watching somebody else play one of the Sonic games, and they were trying to, figure out with their chat whether Shadow actually dies in 2, and it's just a
Okay,
clone of
Eggman,
him that
I'll
comes
play
back
with
in the
him.
other one.
Oh, yeah, because in Shadow Hedgehog, it's like, am I Shadow clone?
It's one of those things, like, I don't think that it should be this complicated. I feel like you should just have an answer for that, but at the same time, I play fucking Mega Man, so I can't talk. How did Zero not die in X5? Oh, because he sells games. I mean, he hit himself. You probably need to hit its unicorn horn. I don't know, maybe if you listen to Tails, it'd be like a Sonic! Maybe if you... Oh, okay. That's a rail. Got it. Now you clip through. Don't worry about it.
Okay, and now his rail should be out. No. It's really hard when the camera is not great.
Ay, ay, ay. I mean, maybe Eggman. Ay, ay, ay. I can just read comments to you, I guess.
Okay.
So Eggman is just sitting there with absolutely no protection, and Sonic and Tails don't do anything. This is Borderlands 3 levels of
So,
dumb.
I couldn't make him run into a wall.
You probably want to make him run into the
statue.
post.
No, I made him run into posts. I couldn't do anything.
Oh, well, keep trying. I'm sure you'll
guess
get him one of these days.
Probably one of the statues.
But yeah, I don't know. Eggman probably had something around that would have protected him, and Sonic knew he could sense it. I'll say this. I know my friend and I at least beat this. What killed us was a QTE.
Near the end.
I think Sonic's like, well, I guess we're gonna go. We're gonna solve all the world's problems forever. And it's like, hop up this tower, and it's like the button prompts aren't matching up correctly. Maybe it's because we're using a wireless controller. You're not gonna jump on him?
Oh, is he out of commission?
Yeah, he was breathing heavy.
Oh, I thought it was only...
Did you not notice the giant robot breathing heavily? It was panning a little bit. Oh yeah, the Eggman thing also, it had like the same problem with like the stinking Logan movie. There was just like this one villain in that movie that was talking smack on Wolverine. And I'm just like, surely he has some sort of protection. And that's why Wolverine's not attacking him. Because he knows that if he tries to make a move, that he's just gonna get gunned down by this guy's henchman. And then later the guy just gets conked on the head with like a metal pipe or something, and it's like, no, I guess not. I guess Wolverine was just being a bitch. I do not like the Logan movie. But will the Thing do anything? Will Wolverine and Deadpool do anything with me? From what I hear, it is references the movie.
I didn't see the second Deadpool.
I watched both the R-rated and PG-13 rated version of Deadpool. Maybe if you get rid of all of the
That's what I'm
pillars,
trying
the
now.
temple will collapse because it will have no more support. Listen, Sam, we've already established some things about this game, didn't we?
Look, it looks like there's stuff behind there, right?
Listen.
And it's cracked. It looks like I should be able to hit it, but I ran him into it and it didn't do anything.
Listen, you are expecting them to give you way too much information. You did. You somehow flipped and got one ring. The door? Maybe the door specifically? Like, you hit the door. I was thinking of suggesting the door, like, maybe you could bust out. I have no idea why that would be the thing.
But the statues were more hittable.
Doors, my only weakness. Listen, it's just like Mega Man. Everybody has a weakness.
I cleared out
Everybody.
all those pillars for no reason.
You didn't hit it dead on. Maybe you need to hit it.
I guess.
I guess you.
Momentum?
I guess. I guess you need so much spacing you can't like hit it at an angle.
I thought I was doing that before.
Listen, if you need me to look up a walkthrough, somebody has made one.
I'm not far enough in there. That'd be sad. I'm on the first wall.
You know
Where
what
did he
be?
go?
I think he jumped over the wall. Yeah. You know what'd be really funny? If I could buy like a Brady Games guide for this. Were they still doing Brady games back when this came out? I do like having strategy guides just around.
Why does it not work?
Sam, I think we've been over this. Why would something in Sonic 06 not work?
It's a rail. It's
Listen to me.
a robot. What?
Use your Conqueror's Hockey to command him.
Oh, that one did a lot of damage. I won. In record time, too. What was it, like 6 minutes or something?
I mean, if this is the first time you did it, literally everything is a record. Think about it.
Sonic,
I
I
mean-
won't let you get away.
Bum, 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 bum. No? Okay. Just a loading screen.
You didn't earn the jingle.
What if it just played a really sad and like slow version of it because I didn't do well? 2 rings, 6 minutes, D rank. C.
No problem.
Oh.
That's 800 rings. That's not. That's like. You could probably buy something with that at some point. I don't know.
I've already bought out everything he has because he only got 2 things. I got another gold coin.
You think he doesn't get daily shipments?
Cleared act mission.
My gosh. Oy oy oy. So,
He's going great. I don't
I'm not sure if that's the case, but okay.
Cutscene. I didn't die against the boss, and that's all that matters.
How long is this gonna go on?
You've been fighting Eggman for like how many years?
I'll get their attention, and you take the
Wink.
princess.
Okay, you be careful, Tails.
And so it's like, what's going on with your eye? What's going on with any of our eyes? Your eyes are pretty much just one giant eyeball.
I don't want to play as Tails. Or am I gonna play a running section where I'm holding her?
Probably
Hold
that.
on tight.
It's just like run, Roddy Tops, run.
Hey,
I don't know it.
You haven't played Shantae?
No.
Oh.
RT to turn gold. A to jump.
A to jump. Actually, I guess it's like jump and stomp.
Yeah. I guess because I can't homing attack with her probably. What does turn golden mean? Is that a shield? Do I go faster?
Like it might be a rush thing where it's like boom. You know how you can do that in like some games where if you run into enemies, but then if you rush, it'll just.
Police, hold on tight.
Oh no, it's
Combine the strength of 2 with
Get
the right
rid of
stick
any
and use this. If you put your power together, you will be able to walk on this sand. But be careful, your power is limited.
By the way, when Elise showed up, well, when Sonic showed up to save Elise, wasn't she like immediately like, oh my gosh, Sonic, and she like immediately hugged him? I think she's a fangirl, I guess is what I'm asking.
Can I walk on sand okay, or am I gonna fall?
Listen, you'll find that out when you find it out. I don't remember the physics in this game. I don't even know if the physics always work in this game. Case in point.
What did I do wrong? So sand is not good, probably?
I mean, I probably wouldn't risk it more than you have to. They do not respawn the lives in between your deaths. Huh, unfortunate.
Spike. happening? Why do I just float on sand and then die?
My guess is that you're supposed to run over it, but if you jump or...
What happened? That's what I did every other time.
This game is really good.
Does her power protect me from sand?
Maybe. Don't ask.
No.
Don't ask me too much, because I don't know.
I'm burning all my lives and I don't even know. Okay, yeah, she protects me from sand.
You don't like sand. It's coarse and it gets everywhere, and I'm pretty sure there was one adjective I missed. Maybe if I bounce on it like 5 times.
It worked.
Did you kill them all, or is there still...
I
Oh.
killed them all, but there's still projectiles.
That'll happen sometime.
Oh, there's rainbow wings in the sky. Hold the ring, simple button.
Good evening, Big Red. We are trying to figure out the sand thing. He has surmised that Elise will protect him from sand
No, I have it up. You cannot.
with her
Sand.
barrier. In his world.
No sand. Please.
I'll beat all the enemies to get through here.
Do you? Or could you just, like, walk past? Or do you mean specifically foot dive off of...
Sand.
Mm-hmm. I think you can. Yeah, I think you were smashing some of them into each other.
I don't know how.
At least, like, at an earlier junction.
Sand.
But you know what? That's pretty cute. Oh no. I haven't seen this much sand since Sonic and the Secret Rings. He had a rough
Oh.
patch there. Some might say he's still going through a rough patch. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, one, Big Red has confirmed your theory on the. That is so funny that you could do that, by the way.
Felt safer.
As your sand theory, but also just. Ay, ay, ay. I'd say that they had some deadlines to meet, and that was why, things are as messed up as they are for this. But I would also say that, my gosh, like, just delay some games sometimes. X.
I can't push it if I'm in on. Oh, I can't. I'm not in the see. How far back am I?
At the last checkpoint. Hey, if it makes you feel any better, you know how I said that Danganronpa V3 was having trouble running on the Switch? Which I blame that more for the programmers than the Switch, because while the Switch is incredibly underpowered compared to a lot of things, I'm pretty sure the damn thing can handle a stinking, visual novel. The other night, I lost like 1 or 2 hours of progress because it crashed on me and it took me a while to save. It didn't take me like too long. It took me, I'd say, less than a half hour to get back by skipping dialogue. But it was still just one of those where I'm just like, this is good. Of course, just saying that I had it worse does not negate the fact that that was a little, checkpoints can be a little rough. At points.
Camera is fun. Oh. They put sand where you can't see it and then you just die.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at chat. I'll take your word for it. I'll watch it back later. Don't worry. And I mean, you are right. Somebody was commenting on how Sonic Advance and Sonic Adventure are abbreviated the same way. But one, most of the you could abbreviate Sonic Adventure 2 Battle as, you know, you could throw the B in there to differentiate it. Or 2, when someone says SA 1 or 2, you could just assume that they were talking about, yeah, like, I mean, I like the first Sonic Advance, but nobody talks about them. Nobody talks about them.
Yeah, I know your trick.
Okay, gotcha. It's also still kind of weird. I just gotta wonder what goes on with Sega sometimes. Because I feel like if they wanted to make like a crap ton of money and be like a huge success, they would either bring the Chao Garden back or just put out Sonic Adventure 3. Because I feel like those are the things that people like really want. Actually, I say that, wow, you were almost there. Congratulations.
Nice.
Of course, like, I say that, but I do feel like there's like 3 types of Sonic players for the most part. Where it's, I like the 2D Sonic games, I like the 3D Sonic games, or I will eat whatever Sonic puts out, even if it's shit. And I'm probably in that last camp, but I will bitch about it.
I've played worse games than this, I think. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but there definitely have been some.
Like, you're not that far in.
Yeah. It looks like the Windows wallpaper.
Do you wanna... If I can get a copy of it, we could play Superman 64.
I don't like the 64
You're
controller.
Oh, is that the problem
It's
here?
nothing.
Don't say
How did they end up here? They were in the desert.
They ran out of the desert. He's very fast.
Into the grassy meadow? They escaped their pursuers and are hiding in a grassy meadow with no
Smile.
coverage?
Listen, it's more picturesque for when we observe their budding romance.
Those things sit on poop. Sonic has poop on his nose now. There it goes.
Do you think this is like one-sided so far?
She only likes him.
And Sonic's like, well, this is really weird. And then like Amy shows up and she's like, hey Elise, allow me to introduce you to Amy Rose, my girlfriend. Play along. She's like, oh my god!
Eggman mentioned the flames of disaster. Is that why he's after you?
yes. The name
And then
of the
Amy
sun
uses
god
it to blackmail him
is
into like a
so
permanent
rare.
relationship because she's cool like that.
Mars is
I
ready
don't
to
know.
destroy
I don't
the
think
Earth.
Amy is nefarious. I like Amy.
His
So
wrath comes in the
Solaris
form of the
unleashes the flames of disaster to kill the
10 years
people
ago,
who worship
almost
him.
faced the full force of his fury.
For why?
I was a child
Because
then,
he's an evil god,
so I knew
Sam.
very well.
Why is Satan mean?
Oh, her dad's dead.
And now that man is trying to cause the same
Oh, so she
disaster
liked
again.
Sonic because of her daddy issues. I don't
Is
get.
Sonic a
oh, yeah.
potential father figure for her?
I have like no idea. Like this
I can't run that fast.
This honestly strikes me as one of those things that. Then again, there's a lot of things in Sonic that play out like they should be stinking. He drags her along and she just gets, you know, like
Grass burns.
massive burns all over her skin.
Feels great.
But you know, like a lot of things in Sonic, it feels like it should be fanfic, and I kind of feel like this is one of those things because like
Nothing
I don't hear it
stops
with
until you
Sonic
take
so
action.
much, but I have heard people be like,
If you have time to worry,
I had such a crush on Shadow the Hedgehog when I was a kid. And it's just kind of like, I mean, sure, why not? But this does seem like one of those things. It's like Sonic Forces. Sonic Forces is slightly less weird version of this, where it's like, and I was Sonic's girlfriend. Whereas in that one, it's like, and I was Sonic's best friend.
Oh no!
I've been looking for you.
You're the Iblis Trigger.
You're
What does that
the
mean?
English Trigger.
You can't just call
Your
someone that
actions
and
will
then not
condemn us
explain.
all.
He's from the future, and he's going to kill you.
My name is Silver. For the future of the world,
And Amy's
I will
cute, so
destroy
it's
you.
fine.
fight Silver now.
Aye, aye.
Run away now.
Time for you to
Well, I'd say he
disappear,
can't do that because
Iblis
Silver can hold him
trigger.
in place with his telekinesis, but I don't think Sonic knows he has
Oh.
telekinesis.
Oh, he's got tall boots. Because he's from the future.
Like, honestly, if you were Sega, would you just be like, Sonic 06 never happened? We are never referencing Iblis Trigger, any of these stages, Princess Elise.
It's no use.
It begins.
It's no use.
So, is there a secret?
Dude, it has been so long, I don't fucking remember. I know that you can beat him, I don't know how you beat him. You have to fight him in Sonic Generations.
It's no use.
That's how I beat him in Sonic Generations?
No.
I made out with my controller. And I'm like, not kidding either. The one button was sticking, so I French kissed my controller to loosen it up, and I won the exact. Ooh, I think on top of those boxes there's an extra life.
Rain. Oh, I thought it was rain.
You're gonna need that extra
It's
life.
when he's like, how about this? And then I can kick him right in the shin.
It's no use.
I'm not sure I want to think about milk and chili dogs. I get the joke you're making, but I'm not sure I want to think about milk and chili dogs as a combination. I'm trying to.
Doggy's spawn camping me.
I think the last time, the last
He's
game,
spawn camping.
the last game that I'm familiar with Amy being in is Superstars, and they brought her back to Genesis Amy in that. Did they do anything? In Sonic Forces, no, I think after Sonic Forces in the comics, that's when they're like, Amy's in charge of the Resistance now.
No.
Actually, it's the Restoration because we resisted Eggman. You just go up and you trip him and he falls on his bum and he's like, ah! So he can't grab you when he's grabbing other things. Is
Yeah.
that what I'm getting from this?
That No!
It's no use.
You could at least do it faster, man. You don't need to hold me there for a second.
So,
He's doing it.
if you were a business owner and you came out and you saw that some dumb
How about this?
Mirai Trunks wannabe flipped all your patio furniture, how pissed would you be?
I think the patio furniture would be spawning. Oh, it's an A rank.
That's convenient. They must have got the insurance for
I
that.
kicked his butt. B rank. C rank?
No
I
problem.
didn't even die to him.
To be fair, I feel like there's a lot of meme. Sonic is very memeable.
It told
It's
me
no
something and I
use
didn't pay
and-
attention.
It's no use in oh no,
What does he say?
and a few other things.
It says
The
it for a
chat's right
split
here, by the
second.
way. Oh, are you looking?
I said something for a split second. It was like, you unlock this, and I was like, I don't care.
To win the
then
game,
it
just
turned out I
eject
did
this
care.
now. Oh, that's good
Hey.
advice.
Ah.
Did he just essentially do the solar flare? I mean, you know, not like the actual move, but just how that's like the Dragon Ball equivalent of the, you know, you were paying attention.
Is this a joke? How could someone like you cause the destruction of our world?
To be fair, he did just kick Silver's ass.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And then he
For
cheap
the
shot
sake
at
of
you.
the future, the Iblis trigger must be destroyed.
Made you look and then kicked you in the nuts. You're so pathetic, Sonic.
Ha! Don't you dare turn your back on me.
So how you feeling about Silver?
He's kind of,
Finally put an end to this.
you know, weakness.
Don't you dare turn your
back on me. This is my
It's Amy!
Absolutely not.
Thanks, Amy.
Thanks, Amy.
I'm going to save my human girlfriend now! Wait, what?
Leave it to me.
Get him, Silver!
Hold him
Ay,
in
ay, ay.
play. Go after Elise.
Love Silver, huh? Well, I am fond of Axel, so I guess I can't judge.
I used to hate Axel.
Okay, he is the most fun way to play a terrible game. So why don't we say that Axel is a mixed bag? Plus, he also has that effect, like, you know how it is. Like, there's a character that people are like, oh my gosh, they're the worst character, and you're just like, I feel alright about this character. But then you hear somebody say that, and you're like, fuck you, I love this character, and that is now my whole identity. So I like Axel for the same people that, you know, for the same reason that I imagine people love Silver and people love Nimona. I thought Nimona was cool. Are you looking for the commander? He's doing things.
Why'd that require a
Who
loading
is the
screen?
captain?
I want to go to the
Aye.
store and see if I can buy anything too.
If I had to choose between the word or the world.
Sonic.
Actually, it's probably, Amy probably said the world. I'm just like, is there something I should be? The point is, I don't know. The world's alright. Sonic's pretty cool, except when he isn't.
I'm confused.
And I mean, I'm not saying that Sonic isn't cool. Sonic's always cool. Sometimes the Sonic series just isn't cool.
So I talked to 5 soldiers, 2 will lie to me, and 3 will.
No, you're fine. I thought I'm sorry. I normally don't point out, you know, I thought I was missing context. I'm sorry. That's my bad. I would normally ignore it.
The captain is in front of the fountain.
But yeah, I don't
Write that
know.
down. Write that down. What
Sonic as a person
Alicio
is.
said is true, and that's from Giorgio. Who's
I like
Alicio?
Sonic as a person. But I don't always like his games, is where I was going with that.
That's Guido.
I hope you're paying attention because I'm not. Does anybody
Guido?
want to tell me who the captain is?
2
Well,
of
tell
them
Sam.
are, but one of them's lying. I feel like it's just gonna be one of those generic trick things where it's the guy who sent me on the quest, right?
You want to save our princess, do you? Alright, but do a lot of running around and solve a logic puzzle.
The captain is a man you already spoke to, so that describes Guido.
Aye. And name one bad Sonic game. That's the problem. I can't name just
That's
one.
Guido.
I feel like Sonic is one of those games that has some of the highest, one of the franchises that has some of like the highest highs and like the lowest lows.
I think it's Guido. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Like Mania and the, Mania and the Genesis games, really good. Sonic Adventure 2, really good. I remember really liking Heroes, I don't know, but then you have stuff thrown in there like 06, Sonic Advance 2, and the Wii games. And then there's a few games that I'm still mixed on. Like Unleashed.
I haven't played that many Sonic games. I mostly just like Adventure 2.
You know, you are correct. And I remember you were also saying I guess it was last Saturday, you were saying that you weren't the biggest Advance fan. Well, Advance 3 fan.
I'm guessing I go in that door, but I want to buy things first. Yeah.
I can't believe that you
earned
knew
it.
that was there. Wow. You totally did not accidentally clip off the bridge or anything.
There's the shop.
Just look for the... Like, I will say, it's really, really easy to find somebody in, like, a yellow shirt. Which maybe that was the point. But it also feels... Like, I feel like yellow is one of those colors that you don't really use unless that's, like, the character's color, right?
Mm.
Like, generic NPCs, I don't think typically just have yellow. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I understand nothing about color.
I don't know. yellow catches your eye. That's why it's in the middle of the road. It's on
Yeah.
chevrons.
And yeah, I don't think I can be impartial about Sonic Advance 1 because it was like one of the first Sonic games that I owned. And I like played it into the ground even if I was never good enough to get that 7th Chaos Emerald. I got the first 6 though. I have a combined player's guide for Sonic Adventure 2 Battle and Sonic Advance. Do you have that, by the way?
What?
My player's guide?
Probably.
It's shoe nice.
We're on a festival.
No one's gonna get that reference.
I know Shoe Knives.
I've not, like, heard
He's
about
not
that.
doing so well.
I kinda... It got weird. It's been years since I've heard about him. Anyway, oh no, it's Ken Williams. Which... That's one of those names that feels like they got an actual celebrity. It's like, Ken Williams is in Sonic 06. He's promoting it. Anyway, where was I going? Oh, yeah. No, like the one night I was playing Sonic Advance 1, I was looking for the player's guide because I'm like, alright, let's see where these super springs are so I can get the Chaos Emeralds. I'm like, I don't have it. I can't find it on my shelves.
Because the back of it's like two-sided or something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You flip it. But yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah, when it came to Sonic Advance 3, I kind of want to play it more.
Yes.
Because, I feel like the level design in that's 3, and you got 1. Didn't you need 2 first? What are you doing? 1 came back.
Yes.
Maybe Ken Williams. Maybe I should have been paying attention to Ken Williams. Aye. Anyway. Sonic Advance 3, though, had like a really... I told you about it, right? Where you would pair up 2 characters, and they could do different, like, they'd have different abilities based on the pairing. Which... That was a really, really fun, like, mechanic. But I had a lot of trouble with a lot of the level designs. Like, I had no sense of place. Plus, there were a lot of places where, like, I'd either get caught in a loop or I'd just get jump kinged, right? Because most Sonic levels, there's different levels to them, right? There's, like, the upper path, lower path, middle path, and everything in between. Sometimes in between. But normally, you know exactly, like, which way you're trying to go. But with that, I'm just like, I don't know where I am. Please. Please. Mom, come pick me up. I'm scared. You got 93.
Do I need 100?
I don't know. I'm hoping you need 100. Because that would be convenient. I mean, you got an extra life. Ken Williams is... He's really helping you out. He's doing so much more to help you than those stupid guards were. Hit X. That way you don't miss any. Like, are you collecting all the rings? Were you not listening when Ken Williams was talking?
Like, it's the Festival of Rain. Free to enter.
I was looking at chat. It's fine, you got an extra life.
Did I do it?
What are you doing? Like, do you need to do this, or is this like a side quest?
It's a side quest, I think. It's blue. Blue people tell me to do it.
You are not bad. Congratulations.
Thank you. Maybe I got all
He
of
gave
them.
you a Reese's, a Reese's egg. Because I think Shoe Nice at one point tried it. Look, it's not important. Stop with the Shoe Nice references. Nobody understands.
Because I went on... I guess it's just a thing to grind rings, maybe? I'm not sure. I don't know what Knuckles is. He said it's across town. Oh, maybe it's this.
I mean, like, part of it could just be, Big Red confirms you don't need to do it. Part of it could just be that this is supposed to be like a giant game. Like I said, I think this game was very ambitious. So, like, you running around town doing side quests and everything, like, that's that's a lot more than just, you know, go from point A to point B. Like, go to level 1 to level 2 and everything, right? So, like I said, I mean... And that's also, like...
These look like warehouses. Hey. I do business. Knuckles. Oh.
It's also, like, one of those things that's, like, a little messed up.
Battle at the warehouse? Why would I fight Knuckles?
Because you stole the Chaos Emerald, Eggman told him so when he met him at the pole and tried to kill him.
That was many games ago.
I feel like Knuckles will never live that down, but at the same time, it's happened so... Like, it's happened more than once, right? Like, it's happened at least twice. And as I've had to say several times recently, right? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, right? And he fooled Knuckles at least twice, so that's a shame on Knuckles. How do you feel about Idris Elba, by the way? Yeah, I'm not really a movie person. I just know that he's like kind of a big deal. And that is a very serious thinking voice for Knuckles, which is kind of funny. Were we supposed to win that match?
Wait, what?
I think he was asking about the Festival of Rings. I thought it was just collect as many rings as you can. I mean, the guy, Ken Williams, did say you're not bad. So I thought maybe it was like a high score thing, where it's like, you did well enough. I was gonna say, do a Saivu. That was stinking. Yeah. When I talked about the devils in Mega Man, a lot of people complained. Or there was like at least a few people that said they didn't like them, specifically because there's so much downtime in between when you can... Yeah, between when you need to dodge and when you can actually attack. I do wonder if there's like a sweet spot for that, right? Because like it can be fair game, and I do kind of feel like there is, because I like Yellow Devil. Run around and... Oh, look at the map. There's red dots. But I don't like Shadow Devil, and it's pretty much like the same fight, it just feels like Shadow Devil drags things out more. But I do kind of wonder, like, what that sweet spot is, and it might be different for different people. I do legitimately like the Devils, though. Oy, oy, oy. And I never really thought about it until the Worlds Collide crossover. But Chaos, you know, Chaos, he's kind of like a devil. And he's got, like, the core, his brain, that you need to hit. Is he weak to electricity? Who can say? But in the Worlds Collide thing, they combined Chaos with the Yellow Devil to make the Chaos Devil. Duo punched it into space. Duo is still one of the funniest fucking characters in at least classic Mega Man. Maybe like all of Mega Man, honestly. And I don't know if that he was supposed to be funny, right? But he is just kind of a guy who's like, I come from space. I'm a space police officer. I enforce justice. I sense your heart of justice. I'll heal you with my justice. And then he just like fucking punches things.
Oh, that's not good score. That's a D, I think. Oh.
Dad, today's not my day.
It's also one of those things that I kind of wonder if they would have followed. I guess we've gotten to the part, like, the mandatory, obligated, I talk about Mega Man for a while part.
In Sonic, that's blasphemy.
They're best friends.
They're both blue and they don't both run fast.
But yeah, if Mega Man 9 would have followed closer on the heels of 8, if we would have gotten more games like 8, where 8 was just like, it wasn't a bad game, it was just a little different, right?
I saw Eggman on the outskirts of the city. He wanted me to give this to you.
I was like, yeah, all right, I'll do you a favor, Eggman.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
You've never screwed me over in the
If you want
past.
me to return the princess, you must give me your
So,
chaos.
I'm on my
emerald.
last life, I think.
Meet me
Oh,
at my
okay.
base in White Acropolis.
That's not gonna go well.
He's pretty cocky.
It's most definitely a trap. I don't think Eggman will honor his agreement.
I'm going.
Why would you say that? We've known Eggman for
Since Eggman went
years.
to the trouble of telling me where Elise
He's
is.
never tricked us
I
before.
think I
Oh,
should
his
thank
legs
him
are long in
personally.
that. His legs are longer than the rest of his body combined.
But at least his arms aren't blue, you know?
Are they not right now? Are they?
Oh
blue
my gosh.
sometimes?
You don't know that. Sonic Boom had like blue arms and everyone was like, how could you do this? And you gave him bandages. And it's like, well, the cartoon was funny, okay? And the games did get progressively better. Rise of Lyric sucks, right?
Worse than this?
Like, here's the thing. Rise of Lyric was really glitchy, but when I played it, I downloaded, like, a patch that I want to say took somewhere between 10 and 30 minutes. And I didn't really have any glitches, right? Which I was kind of hoping to break the game with Knuckles, okay? I'm going to admit it. When you... The game has been autosaving, right?
After every mission.
Just in case. Oh, yeah, it has been doing this.
Where am I going?
But you know, like when you play Boom, you're expecting it to be shit, but you're also expecting it to have some like hilarious glitches, right? And when I played the game, it was just a bad game, right? Like the boring kind of bad game where it's like, well, this isn't fun, but it's not so terrible that it's interesting. It just kind of sucks.
Having a good game also. Oh, I'm fine.
Shattered Crystal for DS, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't like really great either, right? It's one of those like, well, I can play this and it doesn't hurt me to play it. Like, it was like purgatory level, right? And then Sonic Fire and Ice, from what I remember, was actually pretty decent. But it was like the third fucking Boom game, so who was going to give it the time of day?
Hey, where to go?
Listen, we all know who you're talking about with Christian. We just won't comment on it, but we'll know. We'll know.
Where am I going? Silly chat.
Medler, I very clearly don't know what you're talking about. Is that Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man? But honestly, the 9 and 10 being 8-bit makes sense given who... What are you doing?
Side quest?
Okay, did you want to do that?
I don't know.
Have
what
you been
I'm
getting
supposed to be
anything
doing.
out of this?
I don't know. It said there's legendary treasure at the end of this.
Three Musketeers. You found Eggman at the center of the Three Musketeers. Oh, no, that's Nougat. But yeah, like, if you look at who made 9 and 10, it makes sense because it was Inti Creates, and I kind of feel like Inti Creates really was into, like, the older games. So, you know, I don't think it's too weird. And honestly, like, next Mega Man game, I really, like, as long as it's fun, I wouldn't personally care. If they want to style it after, after 6, you know, after any of the previous games, that's fine. If they wanted to go for a whole new stinking, like, art style, I'd be fine with that, too. But we'll see if it ever happens. You're doing it, Tails.
Let's do this together.
So, Sonic and Knuckles are like, yeah, you could do it. I can do it. I can win. To the right.
Whether or not, I don't know.
I did too, but I'm pretty sure what it was just the awnings. You'll get them next time, buddy. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, he's just the one playing, so I'm not really paying attention to the saves as much as I should be, honestly. And 9, I like it, you know, and while I like Mega Man 9, it was definitely an acquired taste because the game is bullshit. But I wallow in the shit. I know how it works. I know where all the enemy locations are, and I know how to use the weapons effectively, so I like it.
He's gonna give me a treasure.
But nobody should just play Mega Man 9 and be like, oh yeah, it's great. And maybe it's hypocritical because, my gosh, like, I swear this is, like, the same argument people use for frickin' Star Fox Zero. This is the other court-mandated part where I shit on Star Fox Zero. Because, like, it's one of those, you know, I no one should like Mega Man 9 when they first play it. And it's like, it gets good on, like, the 3rd playthrough or something. And then, meanwhile, people are like, it gets good, like, Star Fox Zero, it gets good, like, 2 or 3 hours in. And I'm like, it's a 2-hour game at longest. Ay, ay, ay.
Here you go, Knuckles!
At the very least, Chris Chan should probably not be invited to any social gatherings anymore.
I thought he was in jail.
I think he got out. I just mean in general, people should keep their distance. Is this the point of the mission for Sonic to break Boulder, not Sonic Knuckles? This is your favorite character, right?
Am I doing this right?
I don't know, are you breaking the boulders?
It says it's test of strength, so I assume you can punch it. I theoretically could go around it.
I'd say that the citizens of this town are digging you around, but at least they didn't ask you to say, case sensitive, you know, please, like 20 times in a row to save their people.
What am I doing?
I will never be okay with stinking Super Paper Mario. I don't care how hot people think Mr. L is.
What am I doing wrong? What am I doing right?
Like, do you want the honest answer there? You're playing
I'm
Sonic
playing the
06.
What do I do?
Maybe it's a high score. They'll be like, wow, you busted enough rocks. You sure are strong. Knuckles, will you marry me?
Good? Bad?
The Legend of the Three Musketeers.
Was that a proper show of strength? Was that the legendary hidden quest that no one can do? Break rock? With no indication of what you're doing?
Does Knuckles sound like he's sneezing? We had the sound turned down a little bit. I guess maybe a little bit. I don't know. Maybe someone should say bless you then. Unfortunately, you will not be getting the treasure.
What was I supposed to do?
Head for White Acropolis.
What was I supposed to do? You look up the Legend of the Three Musketeers, Sonic 06?
I thought we weren't...
I don't even know where I'm going.
Is it gonna really bother you? Do you want me to go to GameFAQs right now?
Maybe. Can I know what the treasure is, and can I know what I did wrong?
Yeah. And I don't know. I used to have fun with Mega Man. Like, I feel like some of them, they're hard but fair. I think that's, like, kind of the thing with Mega Man in general. But there's some where it's just like, oh, you playing this game? Fuck you. And I kind of think that 9 is one of those, you know, one of those games where... it's not very beginner-friendly, I'll say.
Well,
So what was your problem? Yeah, what was your problem with 9? Just that it had a crappy, like, learning curve to it?
I don't remember. It was hard.
That's pretty much it, yeah. There's a lot of cheap enemy placement. So until, like, you're like, oh, I know an enemy is gonna pop up right here, it's pretty much just like, well... I guess I'll either get an action replay or I'll die. Ay, ay, ay.
Orange? I tried to take the sewer pipe, but why were you looking in the... What were you doing in the sewers, kid? Oh, it's identical.
He's
name?
got a fecal fetish. Are you gonna shame?
Ooh, I think over here is the way to go.
Sonic the Hedgehog 2006, thank you. I was like, do I type in Sonic 06? How are you going to?
SideQuest guide?
There's like one actual fucking guide here. And then it's like boss guide, game script, last episode. All the orange rings with tails in less than 1 minute.
Yeah,
Break all rocks with knuckles in less than 1 minute 30 seconds. Run to the goal near the gate of the forest in 1 minute 30 seconds. Oh, so you were the Three Musketeers.
Yeah.
You don't have muskets though.
So I homing attack, but when I homing attack, there's bullets, and the bullets go through my homing attack. So usually when I homing attack, I just get hurt and die anyways. And there were no rings here. Oh, okay. Yeah.
And everybody, honestly, I think people went nuts for Mr. L. You've got like a few minutes. Okay. This is acting up. Maybe I should just at some point get an actual not shit phone.
Wait, so I was supposed to break all the boulders with knuckles?
Yes, all of them.
I did. They were all gone.
I think there were still some boulders. Do you want to go back and do it for the treasure?
No, because it's gonna be. Well, what's the treasure?
I don't know, man.
If it's good.
I don't know. I could go feed my cats while you're doing this. I'll be a minute.
Okay, I'll be here. Oh shoot, where are the poop kids at? They were somewhere. They were in a corner. Over here. They were over here. Do I have to talk to them again, or am I just good to go through? I'm just good to go through. Okay. Well, I'll probably die again. But that's okay. Because we're having fun. And that's what really mattered. Just gotta sit on the loading screen. Great gameplay. Love it. You know, you two could help too. Like, it doesn't have to be a Sonic solo mission. But it's cool. What's next, Tails? You're gonna sit here, watch me do stuff while you do nothing. Because there's only one me on this team. And you have respect. It's not exactly a medal.
Yes.
My friend, they just kind of rock.
Okay, you're in between hitting.
Yeah, oh, I
Sneak
think I can go
across.
through. It's open. Why can I not? Oh, I need to do that.
Sonic Heroes.
Ooh, that's
Sonic
a good rank.
Heroes. It's S rank S for Sonic. I forgot guess.
I feel like when your rings are at this level, it's no longer, like, important. Because, like, before it's like, oh, okay, 100 rings, that's a lot of rings. But now it's like, I'm getting 3,000 rings just for existing every couple minutes.
Yeah, if they could be converted into lives, that'd be nice. There might be, I don't know, there might be something at some point where it's like, if you have like 1 billion rings, you can buy the one thing.
There's a secret room here. Let's hurry to the White
Oh,
Acropolis.
good, it's no level, ice level, whatever. What's an Acropolis?
And this is Xbox 360. He needs to beat the original
Is
before
there a
we...
remake? What's the remake
There's a
for?
fan remake of this. And people are like, is it actually good now?
Press and hold the
Well-
L button as long as you can. And
Oh my
release
gosh,
it right
it's
at the
just
jump
like Adventure 1. How did you not die there? Didn't they shoot you? You went like, ooh. that an... Oh, no. That's not an extra.
I can't steer. It doesn't. I don't really have control of it. Okay, and they start me off beside the rings instead of.
Press and hold the A button as long as you can, and release it right at the jump ring.
You're around. So, are you... I assume you're trying to save Elise again. Is that correct?
Yeah, she got kidnapped again.
Was that like the second or third time?
I can't turn enough there.
Listen,
I got the
we
ring.
beat this stage back in the day. That means it is technically
Press and
possible.
hold the A button as long as you can.
What do you mean? I
Release
pressed
it
the
right at
hold
jump
and the
ring.
A button and to jump and it did not jump.
I'm just saying, we did it. That means that...
Oh, I can turn harder if I.
Listen, you're the one playing. Are you glad that you're playing?
Oh, I can break.
Almost didn't make that jump because you broke. I'm like almost surprised you can die in this though. These are normally like the sections which is like, it's very fast and it's fun. Wow, it did not take long for me to
It's
break.
fine.
This game is great. I love it to pieces.
I wouldn't go that far. Oh, oh.
Well, I don't think we're doing it all tonight, so I'll look into the purple gem thing in between. Thanks for the tip. Apparently, it's, you know,
Good camera.
you won't need to, you know, you probably won't need to do the extra missions, I'm told, but you want to look into the purple gem before the last mission. So,
It just changes camera angles, and if you're not holding the direction you want, it automatically makes you do a complete stop like that.
listen, they were on a deadline.
The jump button doesn't work. So how am I gonna do this?
Your tails will fly.
The jump button doesn't work. I press it and oh, okay, now it works somehow.
I'm convinced the beginning ramps don't work. I've seriously tried it over and over. And boy howdy, that's not the ramps, but there were some button prompts that, you know, when I played it with a friend before, that didn't seem to work. So things not going as intended, yeah, I buy that. Just like I bought this game likely used.
See how I let go of A to jump and instead he just stood
You think
up?
I was looking at your hands?
There's no momentum. Watch this. Watch. I can just be like...
Probably don't want to be.
Well, that one you have to because the camera angle changes and then it immediately stops. Not immediately. What?
Is this a Sonic Riders reference? I think I do have Sonic Riders for some system. Probably some Nintendo system. So if you ever want to play that, you could see the...
I think I've tried it before when I was little because it
The
looked cool,
robes.
and then it didn't go well.
Like I said, Sonic games are very hit or miss. Back in the day, they used to be. At least, did they? I don't know. I feel like some of the oddball stuff, like some of the Game Gear stuff, was a little wonky. The Genesis stuff rules, though. Because I guess I am the hipster who's like, oh man, the retro stuff. But hey. I was born in '88. I have... a disposition towards it, I guess. A bias. Some people care about graphics. I typically don't. I don't know. There are some who are pleasant.
That killed me both of them. Scarlet Violet, I think
It's definitely not the best looking by any means, and it honestly should. I think there was like a tweet from like Dan Salvato who he said something like, you know, these are modern day games from like multi-billion-dollar, from a multi-billion-dollar company. Why do they look like N64 games? And he was showing screenshots from some of the Pokemon ones. I think it was specifically like Sword and Shield and Legends Arceus.
Sword and Shield looks fine on routes. It looks better than Scarlet Violet. But then in like the wide open area, I feel like. What's happening? Oh, fly.
One of these days, they're finally going to be able to afford somebody who knows how to make games and break game free. Mark my words. Honestly, since it's specifically Pokemon, it is a little hard to forgive, you know.
I guess I probably don't want the spotlight.
Like, if there's a... I would have pointed that out had I realized that you not realized. Oh, Spotlight bad. Yeah, I don't know. Like, older games, experimental games, indie games, like, that's the sort of thing where it's like, oh, yeah, no, you can, you know... You can cut them some slack and everything, right? Pokemon specifically, it's one of those, like, this is the most profitable multimedia franchise in the freaking world. Ay, ay, ay. I like Scarlet and Violet, but the longer I stared at it, the more holes I started to see. Where it's just like, oh, this fur pattern on this Pokemon is the exact same fur pattern, just with different colors that's on the other one, right? Where they made some new textures where, initially I was like, oh, it looks a lot better than, it did previous. It seems like they're actually putting some effort in. But after a while, it's like, they put, like, effort in just enough. They put in just enough effort to fake it, I think.
The environment is bad. And also still don't like it, like customize. You usually like customize a trainer, customize a Pokemon team, because a key part of it afterwards is like battling online, doing things online, playing with people. And you can't even customize where you're training. You can customize your face, you can customize what they wear. Like your shoes and your socks. Gloves.
Yeah. Ay. And to address chat, I think I had to I think you had to like jump up a tower or something like that, so maybe it wasn't button prompts per se, but you still needed to like time when you were jumping off things, and we could not get the timing to work. That's what I mean by that. As for the deadline, I think we talked about it like a little bit earlier. I think it kind of depends on the circumstances of the deadline. They needed to do it within a certain time to, make make good on like a promise to Microsoft or something. I guess it makes sense. You can't really get out of that sort of thing. But if they had any wiggle room with when they put it out, if they could have just been like, well, we'll put it out like 6 months later and just won't have it out in time for Christmas, that's definitely, that would be on Sega.
Hey, Ray!
Oh my god, my soulmate is in chat. Like, my favorite, I like Scarlet Violet and Legends Arceus, right? But my favorite Pokemon games are Gen 7. I played Sun, then I liked it so much, I'm like, I'd like to play it again, but I don't want to get rid of my file. I guess I'll get Moon. And then they announced Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and I got the double pack and played through that again. To be fair, it started getting a little long in the tooth when I did it the 4th time.
Well, we had to deal with your little pets.
Where's
But I still really like Sun and the Moon.
Sonic!
She's my girlfriend now, Sonic.
You better not move.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable being treated as an object.
The Chaos Emerald.
This is just to make him jealous. Is the blue one smaller?
Place it there.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen any of those ones.
That reminds me, I don't think I ever answered the question, what's the best Chaos Emerald? I think there's a purple one. I would prefer the purple one.
Oh,
Huh?
it was a trap. Why are are you acting surprised? You both said it was gonna be surprised.
It's no use.
Something like this has never happened
It's too
before.
powerful for you to overcome.
How did you know the Admiral was a fake?
Now,
Because
allow
you
me
just
to
told
introduce
me,
my latest
Foxboy.
creation. This is the Solaris prototype.
You're
Oh my
both-
gosh, you could see his eyes. He has eyes and just not goggles.
With
They're
this machine,
unleashing a lot of vocabulary.
the flow of time
It's not meaning anything.
Yeah.
The Solaris.
To be fair, I think it'd be a little easier to follow if we weren't streaming and we were just like, oh, okay, the Solaris. But at the same time, I do think they kind of do that.
And the Iblis trigger,
Yet,
which is Sonic.
I think this is kind of like Danganronpa because you're
they've
supposed
just
to be
been
trying to figure
teleported
out
by
what's
my
going on
glorious
based off of the
invention to
pieces you
another
get.
time.
I'm not gonna compare it. I'm being a smartass because I'm playing
Who
it.
knows where they'll end
Who
up?
knows what they'll end
It
up?
could
It'll
be
be
in
a
the
distant
distant
past or far future.
far future. But my machine still requires some fine-tuning. In fact, what
feel
my
like this game has
machine
too
needs
many
in order to be
cutscenes
complete
and loading screens.
is your power.
You cut out cutscenes and you cut out loading
I can
screens too.
finally complete my
I
plan.
just kind of like
Now
the
that I have the chaos
vibe
emerald
of Sun and Moon
and you,
personally. It felt like you were at a place with culture and that you were welcomed into it, you know.
that's
Plus,
all I need
the
to
whole
revive
thing,
the flames
some of the
of
mysteries with like what was
disaster.
going on with the teams.
And with its power,
And then they never
I will be able
reused
to
it.
control everything.
What?
And rule
The
the
dorky
world.
team, but secretly there's an eviler team.
So,
Well, it wasn't all
it would
that
be
secret.
wise
Oh,
to
yeah,
lean
yeah.
on my
Okay,
good
spoilers for
side.
Sun and Moon. I thought they played their hand like a little too early, being like, "Oh man, they're chasing Lily. The Aether Foundation is definitely evil." I did not make the connection that they were the ones running, you know, Team Skull.
And then the
So when
next
that
game-
happened, you know, like Gladion's like, "All right, let's go take down Team Skull," and you go to Aether Paradise. I'm like, Gladion, why are we here? Why are we here, Gladion? So that kind of surprised me. Also, like the Ultra Beasts were, I think Ultra Beasts were like kind of, they blow Paradox Pokemon for me out of the water.
I like Paradox better.
Well, you're dumb, Sam. They're only robot. That's the thing I wanted to tell you.
Oh,
I
the
got your
past
favorite
ones are
Paradox
cool.
Pokemon as a card. At least I think it's your favorite.
I didn't expect to see you guys.
Slitherwing?
I think I got that too.
Shadow!
I was talking the future.
Long time no see.
Favorite future is
Yes.
Iron Thorn.
Yeah, I got it. I, didn't
I
know
have
that.
an Iron
Let me show you.
Thorns.
Yeah, I'll show you my cards after stream if you're
Okay.
interested. Actually, you can go through my doubles if you're interested. Oh yeah. But yeah, I don't know.
This looks like end of the game. We won. This is the last level.
This is the distant future.
Oh, this is where
And
he
there was
fought
Mount-
Chaos, I
Oh, yeah.
think, right? After he floods the city. and
Oh,
breaks
all
it.
the cities are just the same. All cities look alike. Shadows here. That's
It's
good.
got some nerve dropping.
Oh
us here.
yeah. And Sun and Moon had Mount Lanakili.
How can we get back to our own time?
I like Sun and Moon.
You need a
I can't even
space-time
remember
rift,
what the evil
but
team
this
from Sword
requires
and
a
Shield
lot
is
of
called.
energy.
Like Team Cosmos or something. I'll let you know
Maybe.
when Brandon and I get there.
I see. You mean using your chaos control will.
I also really
Yes,
stinking
but
liked
that alone
Team
is
Skull because I feel like that was like the joke.
Okay.
Because
sure.
everybody's like,
It looks
oh
like
my
we
gosh,
need to
they're
work
so
together."
lame, they're incompetent, they're just like cocky losers. And it's like, that is literally every, you know, evil team you ever fight where they're like, we're Team Rocket, we're the Pokemon Mafia, we steal from people, we run this country, we're so powerful. And then you like a 10-year-old that's just like, I got my first Pokemon 2 days ago, like comes and kicks their asses because they only ever have like 2 Pokemon.
I feel like their base is really to Town. I think.
Yeah,
it's
that was
very
fun.
refreshing. 'Cause usually it's just like go in this weird laboratory thing with warp pads.
Where does Sun and Moon rank for you? I know your favorite's Black and White.
Yeah,
You wanted to jump.
do we count Black and White and Black and White 2 as?
We're gonna cheat and say no because I just feel like it's Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon for me.
Yeah, for me it would be Black and White 2 and Black and White.
Like you can get specific and be like, okay, this is my favorite gen, but like if I had to pick just one game to play from it, you know.
Yeah, and then
I still don't much care for Hellman. playing Sonic 06, skirting through it. So anyway, let's talk about Pokemon as you glitch into a fire geyser.
Why am I going back? Why was I just
Ay, ay,
surfing
ay.
backwards? It's on my last life. Yep. Oh, I can play as Silver now. I'm a third of the way through Sonic. But after that, then
And I do personally like, Fluttermane. I don't play competitive, so I don't need to worry about it too much. But it's fairy type,
No.
so that makes me a sucker
I can
for
see
it.
it.
But I do get what you're saying. Pheromosa was very cool. Like, so many of the Ultra Beasts I thought were freaking awesome. I even kind of, like, I thought Stakataka was stupid originally.
I like Stakataka.
But, like, knowing that it's, like, so many Pokemon, like, it's a, thing for your... But I interrupted you while I was reading chat. Go ahead.
Blacephalon is my favorite Ultra Beast. No, Naganado, and then Blacephalon. Then number 3 is X and Y, and then number 4 is probably Ultra
Removed
Sun.
from our own timeline.
X and Y, huh? That's interesting.
I like
And I'm
them.
trying to remember if Shadow... I think Shadow at least gets some vehicle levels.
Oh, yay.
Yeah, X and Y, Megas were cool.
Yeah.
I mean, watched a video where somebody was like, Megas are overrated. People only like it because it was the first game. I'm like, no, they're just cool.
The whole city's on fire.
Like some of the Dynamax ones, I'll say look really cool.
Yeah,
I don't
but you
wanna
could have
fight
just...
them or battle with them.
Yeah, they're just annoying. It's like HP Sponge. Wow, what a good mechanic. Make everything really long and drawn out. That sounds great. I hate Dynamax. I can take or leave Terrastal, and mechanically, I don't care one way or another for, like, too much for, what I'm looking for, Z moves. But I do like Z moves because you're pretty much just doing Sentai poses. And I think that's funny as hell. Like, especially thinking, the fairy one, Twinkle Tackle, and the special ones for that. Because those are some of, like, just the... I'm gonna get yelled at if I use that word. They're very, very silly movements. And I think that's awesome. Like, I think the only, the only type that I actually memorized the steps for stinking, like the Z move was fairy type.
There were boost pads. Like I was gonna go.
Yeah, I'm a little confused too.
Did I lose?
Ay.
Did I win?
Ay.
But
And
Mac,
yeah,
this feels so
completely
cool.
agree, Rayquaza. Completely agree.
Like you bond with your Pokemon and then they get.
I think they tried to walk it back where they're like, it's causing intense pain for your Pokemon. So really, you're abusing them if you use Megas. I looked away for a second. Did you not land where it was?
It's scripted.
You would think.
I was holding forward because Sonic game.
Listen, Sam. There's ground right there, and I don't think there's fall damage. You should be fine.
I don't
Anyway.
know if this is gonna go well. They don't have rail hopping. They want you to jump and move to the other rail.
Oh, you can just stay on this one. Huh. I thought it was, like, deteriorating or something.
Remember when they figured out how to do this on the Dreamcast 20 years before this? Why not 20 years?
I
but
was
still.
gonna say, I think you got it wrong. Like, I can look up dates if you want.
Rail hopping. They figured out how to do it. And then there's like, no, we don't need it.
If I had more time, I'd watch Sentai. Most of my time is split between video games, reading, and stinking scripting videos. Which I did not do nearly as much of that as I meant to this week while I was off. But oh well, it's a good decompress. I do buy all of the Power Ranger comics, so that's not watching Sentai, but it is participating in Sentai. It is engaging with it. I like Power Rangers.
Oh.
Did you maybe want to hit the X button?
It doesn't look like if you're moving or in the air, though. I don't want to be on rails. Who told you I want to be on rails? They lied to you.
I don't think you wanted to go to the future either.
be on rails if it's Adventure 2 and they figured out how to make controls that work. If you don't know how to program controls, though, I don't want to be on the rails.
You're getting very sassy. Which I don't blame you, I just remember that you were specifically like, I think it'll be fun. I was like, I don't think it will be. But more power to you. You did it. You should have fell right back down and tried to spring again because it did not shoot you to the right place.
Why?
It's weird, but you can homing attack on rails, but that's a useful thing. Head is down.
Remember in Adventure 2 how sometimes it's like, okay, you're going fast and they need you to do quick things like that, so he'll stop at the edge and do a little trip animation. If you're fast enough, you can undo your mistake. No. It's not in this one. You just run off the edge. They assume that's what you want. Is this where I stand still?
Yeah, you just...
I won't touch anything. I understand.
Well, before you weren't... You didn't get shot up right. Which, that isn't a you thing, that is a game thing, right?
I'm so scared to push anything when it's doing anything.
Dude, that happens to me a lot in these games, but, like, a lot more in this one. A lot more in... Oh, yeah. It's balls.
What is that about? It's good? Okay.
I mean, you didn't die. Is that good enough?
Spring. Oh.
And I don't remember where I got off on with Power Rangers. I know I was there for, like, the first several series, right? Like, they at least got, like, the Ninja Zords, and I might have did like, one of them after that. I think I remember that fancy... I don't know if he's the Gold Ranger or the Black Ranger because his powers but he had, like, that weird little staff thing.
Oh.
But, yeah,
I feel like I have very little control over what's happening.
Well, that's good. That means you can just ride Sonic to the end.
No, because it doesn't work when the game
Do you not
plays
trust
itself.
Sonic?
Up and now I'm getting shot up into the air. I'm in Crisis City right now. That's not where you want to live.
They bring this back for generations.
Bought a new house recently, moving into the big city. Oh, which city you head to? Crisis City.
I mean, it is kind of like One Punch Man, where Saitama just lives in the abandoned city where, like, it's shit, it's overrun with monsters, and the entire place is, like, pretty much crumbling. He's like, yeah, rent's really cheap. Like, I don't even know if he pays rent. He just, like, lives in an apartment because he's very, very money conscious. As all great heroes should be. I was gonna say, you want to hit X to go through there, but I imagine you either didn't think of that or you didn't trust it. Both are fair.
I'm on 0 lives anyways.
I was gonna say, do I tell him?
Where go? Oh, there you.
Firebirds. Firebirds.
Let it end. Just let it end.
Like, in what sense?
I don't want to game over and redo all of this, but the level just keeps going. I've had 8 loading screens in one level. That's too much.
Okay, then I might have jumped off at some time during Zeo.
That wasn't the end of the level. I didn't go in a gold ring. There's another section to this level.
Yeah.
That tornado's
That's great news, Sonic. If you die, I'm gonna cry.
I don't mean to alarm you. I remember this being very, very troublesome.
You're good. If you jump, you can't change your direction. Okay, well now we redo the 30-minute level in the game about going fast.
I'm sorry.
30-minute level!
You're
For what reason?
You're exaggerating a little bit, but it is a bit dragged out.
That was my 4th loading zone in a level.
They could break it up. Like, what is even the point?
Like, you can have 2 levels in the same place. It's okay. That's okay. You can do that. It doesn't have to be, well, we have Crisis City. Every part of Crisis City we want.
Well, my friend and I got through, so it can't be that hard. I mean, we got through it. I specifically remember that last part being a pain in the ass. Because it's like, oh, you slipped in a banana peel and you know, flew off.
You're dead.
You flew off into a building.
Oh, I remember this.
Do you?
The whole
The whole
city's on
city's
fire.
on fire. Killing me next time.
Yes.
I remember that just, it just reminds me of that one stupid joke about Sonic doing his taxes. Because he says that he's going to kill Eggman at the end of it. I can show you the clip later. It's from the same people with, you know, that brought you the line, "You're a beta male, Sonic." Have I shown you that?
I think I've seen.
It's really fucking funny.
No!
Listen,
I jumped out of the middle. Why'd that kill me? I had range.
I was gonna say, listen, you're fine.
I jumped where it told me to jump, and my reward was dead.
Anyway, Shadow's lines in that, I believe I did read that it was from somebody being totally unironically, you know, trying to be... You know how sometimes people just say things, trying to sound smart. I mean, I have a big vocabulary. I have no idea what the fuck Petersonian is, right? That's one of those things that it's like, you know, you're trying way too hard to sound smart. Which means you're probably a dumbass. The fact that somebody actually typed that is very fucking funny.
Don't jump in the middle.
But
'cause
hey,
there's a
maybe
dude
that's one
waiting
of
to
those
kill you.
things that got misconstrued. Like, I think I heard that there was some sort of controller issue for the guy who couldn't beat the Cuphead tutorial. But we still make fun of him to this day. Like, it's pretty much impossible to do anything on Cuphead and not have someone do, like, game journalist mode.
Is it lagging, or is it slowing down to be dramatic?
And I did... Oh, shoot. I actually meant to give that a... I'm pretty sure it's lagging.
Oh.
Yeah, I did mean to set up, like, the bot. I'm just, like, I'm a little cautious about giving, you know, like, a website the information so that they could post as me and everything. I'm a very paranoid individual.
The homing attack on rails is very
So I've
good
just
to
been
know.
doing that stinking manually every time. To both Twitter and stinking the Discord. Whoops. But maybe I should.
You paid money for this.
Okay, I don't think I paid Sega money for this. I'm pretty sure I got it used, and it was specifically because my roommate was like a huge Sonic fan, and we were like, wouldn't it be really funny?
Don't touch anything. There we go.
I mean, I'm honestly trying to figure out what was what was stupider to spend money on. What was the, oh god, you paid for this or Balan Wonderworld?
Really? A little difficult to get through?
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty bad near the end. Like, at first, it definitely had, like, a difficulty curve, right? And it started out, like, kind of like one of those, well, it's not good, but it is kind of just fun to screw around with. Especially with friends. Wow. You didn't just...
I prayed.
Well, God loves you, I guess. Ay. But yeah, like near the middle, it became a little aggravating, and near the end, it's just like I don't want to play anymore. Okay, listen, I just want to beat Balin Wonderworld because for some damn reason I feel compelled to be able to say that I beat fucking Balin Wonderworld. And you know what? Brandon and I did. We freaking beat that game. It's done. No one can accuse us of quitting, and no one can be like, well, you didn't get through the whole game. You didn't give it enough of a chance. It's like, bitch, I did it all. We played that game. What, do I need to 100% it to fully understand it? I don't think there's many people defending it, but there was definitely one person that defended it.
I think I did better that time.
Another weird thing to note is you can homing attack on things. You can pretty much, yeah, for sure, that lets you do that. Okay.
Yeah,
the homing attack on rails
was very useful.
Okay, cool.
That helps a lot.
Cool.
Okay, now we do this.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, okay.
I was like, I thought that was the fourth section that you died on. Was there? What am I forgetting? And it's like, oh.
I like when you hit enemy and so the momentum goes bye-bye. No momentum in fast game. I'm not going to homing attack you because that killed me fast. Oh, or you'll shoot me in the back. Because your homing attack works.
Listen. They got some of the programming done, but not all of the programming done. The enemy guy was really on top of it.
Oh, cool.
It's a tapeworm in debris.
Why? I have a blue bar at the bottom, which makes me believe I can, like, boost or something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you probably can. Do you want to? Do you have confidence
No.
that the boost will work?
But I feel I don't. Okay.
Do you feel like at least half of this should be Shadow's problem?
I mean, I don't know. He's probably off doing something useful.
And I'll check on the car this time.
I don't know. I don't think the tornado was carrying a car.
What if they did product placement?
I didn't even get to push a button. It just killed me. It just took away my life. Those are a hot commodity.
But what if Sonic was like, that tornado is carrying a car. It's the new Ford Focus. Oh man, that could get me through Crisis City. No problem. Only they would put it down. That is actually something I remember people laughing about with, like, The Walking Dead. So like,
I didn't have a chance. What is happening? It's carrying many cars. Many cars. Rings, please. It was a box! Sonic, you touch them and they explode. But you touch it now. When you're going, it just killed me again. Half the time it just kills me. And I need all those lives because if I don't, it sends me back so far. So far.
If you're done rebellion, then can I talk about the Walking Dead discourse, please?
No! There's nothing you can do there, and then you have to run without rings. And there's cars, and I don't know what's happening with the cars. It's carrying the cars. Rings. How many cars are in the city? Destruction's been going on for years, and you're telling me all the cars are just getting picked up now? Why is the tornado on fire? Is that physically possible? I don't think so.
Is a Sharknado possible?
I don't know, but I don't have to deal with a Sharknado, so I don't really care.
I really wish you would have unlocked at least one of the stories up till now, so that
I did.
way...
I have silver unlocked.
Oh, do you want to take
No!
a break and
I
Silver?
wanna this level.
Silver's got different mechanics.
The fun part is gonna be this isn't even the last part of this. It's gonna be like you have 8 more sections.
Yeah, I don't think you were holding a direction at the beginning, you said, right?
Sometimes, I guess. Sometimes I hold forward in the game that asks me to hold forward, and that's my bad. That's on me. I'm sorry. The
You
game's
know,
like,
this
"Hold
is like one of the
forward."
few Sonic games I think you can complain about and people won't hit you with like skill issue. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, no, it's ass." Oh yeah, no, it's fucking it's diarrhea blasted directly into your face.
And I don't get why they even have game overs, because the only consequence for game over is replaying the game and also 20 loading screens that each take not that long, but just long enough to be annoying. Like, it's not long enough where it's like, but it's long enough where it's like,
Do I get up? Do I get a snap? Nope, nope, nope. It loaded right as I was thinking about it, right as I was considering it.
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of get that. Oh yeah.
it's just enough for you to contemplate your life.
And what brought you here?
Like, I could be doing anything right now, but I'm watching a loading screen for Sonic, so I can just be met with more disappointment.
The whole city.
Yes, Sonic, I know. We've been here for 30 minutes, maybe more. I know the city's on fire. You're not gonna believe this, but later there's gonna be a tornado that is carrying a car. I went over the one up. I did too well. Oh, I went over the rail too.
Hit detection can be a little weird sometimes. Oh goodness. I think Blaze is here somewhere.
If she's the reason the city is on fire, I'm
No,
gonna
it's
kill
the
her.
Iblis trigger, but I guess she's like being friends with Silver or whatever. I was gonna say, if she would help you because she remembers that you two were bros, she can just control fire. She can be like, the fire is dead.
She would be my new favorite Sonic.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Where does Big the Cat rank?
He let me buy things to skip Sonic Frontiers, so he earned
That was
some
actually
points.
Well, you know they say that that wasn't the real Big.
That's just Sonic's comfort character.
I guess.
Was that one or two?
All of the
That
friends
was
you
one.
made over the years. How do you feel about Charmy, by the way?
Whatever. He doesn't exist long enough.
Yeah, I don't really feel strongly about Charmy, but I feel like he's the one that people are like, so how'd you feel about Charmy? Hey, 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 because like, I think the almost unanimous opinion is just he's one of the worst, if not the worst, Sonic friend.
Stop touching. There we go.
The whole
Sonic,
city.
you say this every stage. You say this multiple times.
Listen,
Every section.
listen, they only had so much time.
Oh, city's on fire. What are you?
You know, if we would have found an emulator for this, save states.
But then people would be like, you didn't really. Would a poopy loser do that though? Would a poopy loser save it like that?
You didn't beat it the intended way. Bitch, this game wasn't the intended product! And yeah, we're all Sonic's friends because of Sonic Forces. I don't say this often because I don't wanna, you know, I don't wanna upset Tails, but I was actually Sonic's best friend. Were you Sonic's best friend? And then I think we discussed our season. And it's like, yeah, you chose like the black bird, you know, like the crow character.
Okay.
It's like, yeah, that's not like edgy or anything at all, or I don't know.
I
Like,
didn't want to be
it's
like
fine.
a neon color. I feel like they look gross.
Could've been like a parakeet or something.
I don't want to be a parakeet.
Anyway, I had like, I just had like a doofy looking bunny. And like eventually I played with the, you know, like the rabbit enough and I'm just like, okay, I like this character. I made this character to be stupid as all hell. But you know what? This is how I identify. Ay, ay, ay. An androgynous-looking rabbit character that I guess I think I made technically female, but I honestly cannot remember. I called them Cookie because everybody kept on calling me Rookie, and Cookie rhymes with Rookie and also sounds like a sort of stupid name that would be a Sonic character. I mean, we got like cream cheese and vanilla. Apparently everybody finds vanilla attractive or something. Yeah. To be fair, if I had to pick a Sonic character...
Why? Why did my homing attack hurt me?
Probably.
Why am I just floating in the death box now? Because you didn't know how to program any lower? Was that why, Sega? You can be honest.
If we end up doing another stream of this, I probably will try to look into what the fuck exactly happened here.
In Crisis City to make it like this, or what happened with the game development? I think they did game development in Crisis City.
Ay.
I just want to get past it. Is this where I'm at? Is this running?
Big
Yes.
Red, can you help me out here for a sec?
Is the tornado carrying the car?
Well, I was gonna ask, is this the last section of the level, or is there another part after this?
What killed me?
Oh, I think you had 0 rings and a tire bounced into you.
That tornado's carrying a car.
So what do I do about the cars trying to hit me that I can't see?
Like, don't you have metachlorians or something?
What word did you just say?
Holy shit, you don't know what metachlorians are?
No.
Holy crap. He doesn't know what metachlorians are.
You shoot a tire into my back, tornado, and I am...
White cross. Metachlorians are the things in your bloodstream that allow you to interact with the Force. I'm saying that if you had enough metachlorians, you would have precognition.
Like Silver. Well,
No, he
Silver-
has telekinesis.
Well, he does before. Just let it in. It's not... Yes!
I was gonna say, if you fucking ran past that, like, I wouldn't blame you because it's Sonic 06, but it'd still be one of those, it's like, holy shit.
Hey, Ray.
Ay, ay,
Just made
Don't
it.
say just made it, Sonic. Don't... That's not what I want to hear right now.
And I'm pretty sure if that happened, Big Red, it would be somebody's kink. I'm not sure I would ever want to be... I don't think I'd want to interact with said person.
Save. Shadow episode is now unlocked. Okay.
That's like the best one.
I swear, I was at 32%. It better have gone up to like 64% from that.
No matter where we
That would be a
go,
Nintendo
all
reference.
we
They'd
see
never
are
do it.
ruins. How can this be our future?
It's cute that you think you'll live long enough to see it, Knuckles.
Caution. Boom protected.
If I eliminate that guy, will our world be saved?
Well, why are you...
The day of disaster.
Don't trust a guy that sounds like that.
Here are my records of this event.
He's like Shadow, but no.
This was
Shouldn't
when
Rouge
Iblis
know that's
was
not
free,
Shadow?
And his flames were
I
released
don't
into
think
the
Rouge is in
world.
the room.
Oh, that was Blaze. Did it just do a weird clip for that?
And you have
Part of the other
this
reason why I hate Silver is just that, like, I think he just kind
Oh,
of
there's your
fucks
purple
up
emerald.
Blaze's backstory, and I really like Blaze.
Yeah, she's not making a good impression on me right now. Being with the dum-dum.
I see
I'm
it.
glad you see it.
So that blue hedgehog's the Iblis trigger?
Say something.
Blue hedgehog.
Blaze, you probably should speak up and be like, well, I knew a blue hedgehog once. He was a pretty cool guy. Would never do anything evil. Just step into my dark magic bubble and I'll help you save the world. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
We'll use my evil chaos control. Why do you call it evil?
Who was that guy? He looks just like Shadow.
Like Shadow, yeah, except he was blue, because you're all
This is
colorblind.
terrible.
Okay, to be fair, he does look like Shadow. Sonic looks vaguely like Shadow, but that guy was just like, oh yeah, you know that like that unfinished character model of Shadow, you know, the one without a moving mouth?
2 days after the
Yeah,
battle,
let's make him the villain. It's like, okay.
If we don't return in time, Elise will die on board Eggman's battleship.
Well, I'm glad that they at least held back on some things, although I still find it ridiculous that they, you know, are still just like, we'll bring this back for Sonic Generations. We'll acknowledge that this happened. Don't do it, guys. Don't do it.
Is the next level better?
I was half expecting you were like, is the next level fun?
You guys are so slow.
Ooh, you're playing Sonic 06. I'm sorry.
Oh, you got the green.
Should we be keeping track of this, by the way? Sonic had the blue Chaos Emerald. He gave it to Eggman, who put it on a pedestal.
I may not look it,
They
but
have
I'm
the
a
purple
real
one
treasure
doing
hunter.
evil stuff.
Metastophocles, or whatever the
A
fuck his
kid
name
now, I
is,
know.
had a purple one, but he had the purple one in the future, which means that there could be another purple one in the present day.
Discovered anything?
Rouge has a green one, but did she say she got it from here or from the, you know, the timeline that you came from?
If you bring a
You
Chaos
mean
Emerald
we've gotta
back
go
from the
through
future
there?
and now there's 8, do you only
you
need
don't
7 of
like
them
it, you
anyways?
can
Can you
stay
have
here.
duplicates?
You've
Like, could I have
got to
2
be
green
kidding.
emeralds and do the
And-
Dragon
Don't
Ball
be
Wish?
late.
Holy... That's a good question. Like, I don't think you could do the Dragon Ball Wish, but, like, hypothetically, it would have enough power that you could do Supersonic.
Yeah, like, color doesn't matter. They don't see color anyways, we're Sonic and Shadow. Flame Core? I don't want to go to a place called Flame Core.
I think I remember, like, the gist of it. Like I said, I did watch the frickin' Snapcube dub due to weird reasons. And I mean, like, when they do that, even if they do change the dialogue, like, the cutscenes are still pretty much the same.
Woohoo! What a view!
This isn't Sonic's fault. He had a contract. He had to be here.
Gotta be careful not to fall
They
off.
would have sued the shit out of him if he's just like, you know, guys, I'm not feeling this one.
It's crazy that he says, don't fall off here in this game. Don't cause me to fall.
If I use a homing attack on that monster, I'll be able to reach the other side.
There's a part of me that's still like... We'll take a break in between Sonic games for sure.
Oh, I'm okay.
Iframes. But there is kind of like a part of me that I kind of wonder what I would say the worst Sonic game is. It might be this, but Secret Rings is pretty bad, and I did not much care for Dark Brotherhood either.
I feel like I have control over my character.
Woohoo! What a view!
I'd say that Sonic games a lot of times, but normally, like, the path... Like, I don't even know what you want to say. Like, pathfinding isn't the right word. But the way they lay things out,
Careful not to fall off here.
it's normally, like, good enough that you can just kind of, you know, you can feel the exhilaration of the speed and everything and just kind of go along for the ride. With this, yeah, no, they definitely didn't,
If I use a homing attack on that monster,
they didn't do the best job with some
Are they
things.
just explaining the homing attack to me now?
That is so fucking fun. That lasted a lot longer than I was expecting.
Yeah, and sometimes the wall running just doesn't work. Oh.
Doesn't it get referenced? I feel like there's been once or twice where they've been like, something, the Iblis trigger. Plus, if this game doesn't get referenced, how does Silver come back for kart racing?
gotta be careful not to fall off here. If I use a homing attack on that monster, I'll be able to reach the other side.
I can look at that. What was that?
I mean, like I said, I can look into it. I don't really know who like worked on this, right? Like if it was like the US team, the Japanese team, or if it was, you know, like somebody else. Maybe it was a collaborative.
Lava shoots up from that fiery ground.
Funny you should say that. Not the whole Sonic team, but you know about Yuji Naka, right? Do you not know about Yuji Naka? The man who invented Sonic. Okay, I believe he left Sega and started working with Square Enix, and that's how Balan Wonderworld got made. He went to jail for insider trading. Which, do you know how bad you need to be a fucking insider trading to go to jail for it?
Martha Stewart.
Like, nobody ever, like, you have to pretty much piss somebody off who can call you on it. I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't...
did everything right.
But, like, insider trade, like, Congress is allowed to do fucking insider trading.
Territory.
They're like, well, this is against the law, but we think we should be able to do it. That's fucked up. But no, like, I think specifically what happened was, he bought stock in, like, Square Enix right before he, like, somebody told him, they're like, oh, we're going to announce, like, in this much time, like, in the very nearest future, we're going to announce, like, a, really big, no, it was specifically, like, a Dragon Quest mobile game, I think? And so it was like, oh, buy stock, buy now, and they're like, yeah, you can't do that.
It just doesn't work sometimes.
And, like, the whole thing is, I think because of the whole Balan Wonderworld thing, like, a lot of people at Square Enix were kind of pissy with him. And because of this, like, I guess they probably sold him up shit creek, right? It's like, well, normally we wouldn't call you on the insider trading, but that's just my guess. Like I said, I don't know who participated in it, but the point is, had Yuji Naka never invented Sonic,
That's admitting.
I think there's a blast radius, even if it's not always obvious.
If I use a homing attack on that monster, I'll be able to reach the other side. Yes.
Would I sacrifice Sonic 3 and Knuckles, Adventure 2 Battle, and Sonic Mania if that meant that Secret Rings, 06, and Dark Brotherhood didn't exist? Well, I can just, you know, choose to never play them again, so no, probably not. I will allow this to continue.
It doesn't work. The game doesn't work. And they don't even care.
No.
I'm sure they were, embarrassed by this.
How much did my percentage go up? If it only went up 2%, I'm gonna be very upset. 40%. Okay, 8%.
But yeah. Maybe I'll look into Silver's backstory too. Maybe I'll do a shit ton of research.
To Sonic lore, and then be like, this is stupid.
I mean, to be fair, most video game lore is. I feel like the thing with Sonic lore is, like I said, I think it takes itself too seriously a lot of times.
Yeah. Likes chili dogs.
Yeah. And I don't know whether that's better or worse than frickin' Mega Man, where it's just like, we're never going to explain this shit, or we're going to just retcon stuff for, like, no reason.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think I started touching on it earlier in the stream, but you know that Zero dies, like, in X5, right? Okay,
Maybe.
he dies in X5, that was supposed to be the last game, and then they just bring him back without a lot of ceremony in X6.
What a view.
Granted, it's different between the Japanese and the English version because they didn't translate things right, but in the English version, all he says is like, I hid myself while I repaired myself. And everybody makes fun of it because it's like one of those things, it's like, we saw you got, we saw that you were just an upper torso with an arm, and then Sigma shot you through the fucking chest. Like, I know you're a robot, and that you're Zero, and you're pretty damn cool, but you don't live that. Not even you, Zero.
Okay.
And in the Japanese version, they're just like, oh, I got repaired in much the same way you did, which implies that either hologram Dr. Light or hologram Dr. Wily healed him, fixed him, which is a slightly less stupid reason, but it still was just one of those things. It's like, you didn't even let him stay dead for a game. Then again, I'll give X2 a pass, because that was like a very early game, and plot really wasn't considered much in them, right? Maybe stop and scout out.
It homing attacks the crystals instead of them, and then they don't get another homing attack off of the crystals because the game doesn't work. Should I just run past them and try to jump over anyway?
You do not know left during this game's development. The last Sonic game to have him in the credits was Riders.
What a view!
No. I heard that a lot of people had some issues with Yuji Naka when they were working on Balan Wonderworld.
Wait, he's back?
So maybe that's just, maybe that's for the best. I don't remember if he got out of jail or not. Oh, they finished Balan Wonderworld. He made Balan Wonderworld and then he went to jail.
Swan song.
I like to imagine it was the O.J. Simpson, you know, thing, where it's like, well, you did this thing, and it was kind of a shitty thing to do, but it wasn't that big of a deal, but because we don't like you for this other perceived, like, not even perceived thing, I think everybody just accepted the fact that O.J. Simpson did the murder, right? Allegedly. I'll say allegedly since, you know, although I think he still managed to get hit with, like, a civil case when it's wild to me. Where it's like, okay, you're not going to get federally charged for this, you know, double homicide. Well, you're not going to get convicted.
And it's right, it's not even close to a checkpoint. Probably because they thought their game worked. Probably because they were like, this section will be fine. Should we test it? Have we tested anything else in this game? Fine. But
We don't want any naysayers on this. But yeah, I don't know. So yeah, maybe it's like, we don't really care about the insider trading, but we do care that you made Balan Wonderworld. So you're going to jail for that. We're just gonna say that it's for this.
If I use a homing attack on that monster, I'll be able to reach the other side.
Ay. You know, I'm playing Danganronpa, I'm on a bit of a kick. You know how they're always like, the worst, most tragic, most awful event in all history?
Sonic 06.
Well, I was gonna say Balan Wonderworld. But they are on, like, I'd say around the same level.
It still hurt.
I can loan you Balan Wonderworld if you want to see. You can play with our other brother. It's co-op.
Oh, you killed me.
You might get disowned afterwards.
Boom.
Take the shot!
Boom! What's happening?
I think you're... Oh, I thought you were on an elevator. Yep. I haven't been able to, like, super hear the soundtrack, but are they, like, going crazy on the guitar? In the future? I want to ask you some questions, but I think it's better we wait till, like, the end of the stream to see how you're feeling about things. Ay.
You know, that's good. That's great. I need a platform.
How do you not? Well, you're probably, like, a lot younger than me. That's probably why you don't remember the whole OJ deal.
Everyone.
Pretty much, somebody killed his wife, well, his ex-wife, and, like, was it her current husband or her current, like, lover? Either way. he did like this really weird thing where he got in like his Chevy Bronco or whatever the fuck it was. Like, I guess when they went to, you know, like accuse him of the murder or arrest him for it. And like there was like this big publicized, like this big car chase that took place on the news, and he was just, I want to see my mom, I want to see my mom. They arrested him, they took him to court. In court, there was this really, really dumb thing where they focused on the glove that was found at the scene of the crime. And they're like, and the glove didn't fit over his hand, so they're like, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. And that's pretty much, I think, like almost entirely, like the main reason why he got acquitted for the murder. Never mind the fact that, one, I think so that he didn't contaminate the evidence, he had to wear a rubber glove on top of the glove, so that would have changed his hand. And I believe they also found, like, the gloves outside and everything, right? And it had been, like, you know, it had been subject to the elements, so that might have caused shrinkage or something. It was a very, very bad argument that somehow got him out.
Also, when they caught him in the Bronco, he had heavy body armor, several large weapons, like hundreds of ammo, a fake mustache in disguise, and I think like a couple $1,000s in cash.
Oh, dearie me.
Yeah.
Anyway, later, after everybody just kind of assumed that he made, like, he wrote a book called If I Did It, where it was a hypothetical situation where if he would have committed the murder, how he would have done it. Almost as if, you know, he had experience in committing the exact murder that he was acquitted of. Later, much later on, he got arrested for, I believe he stole, like, I believe he stole back some of his merchandise or something. Like, not some of his merchandise, but some of, like, his memorabilia, like, some of his big, you know, like, football stuff, right? Like, oh, this was, like, his record-winning football that he signed or what the hell ever. And when he got arrested for that, and he got, you know, he got convicted, I believe they hit him with, like, much higher charges than they really should have. Almost as if they were like, well, he got away with murder, so we'll make up for it by hitting him harder now, right?
Do you have any idea what's happening?
You gotta go fast, Sam.
I was going on a weird...
Concentrate your
Maybe
power
I'll try listening to the Sonic 06
Concentrate your
soundtrack.
power on the light and it will show you the way. What does that mean?
I think they're saying if you hit the balls, it'll light up the area, but I could be wrong. Anybody correct me? Aye. But yeah, no, like Mega Man lore though, since that was also brought up, it just gets a little weird sometimes in between games, and you're left to draw conclusions. Zero is probably the series that handles lore, like, the best. Like, by far. There's a clear, you know, this is how it can... Well, I mean, it's not completely clear because they retcon some stuff in the X series. That's why Axel was never in, like, you know, the stinking Zero or the X games, officially. But yeah, there's like some other stuff. It gets a little weird. Nobody knows what happened between Classic and X, which is a point of contention. And there's implications as to what happens between ZX and Legends, but nothing really confirmed here. So yeah, it can be a little silly.
I don't know where I'm going.
Yes. I mean, no, you're doing so well.
Oh, I'm spinning. Why am I spinning?
With Knuckles, you need to hit all of the things.
Have I missed some of the things?
Maybe. Look around. Like, it is a little different. They look more like, you know...
I hit a couple.
Can you go up there?
I hit that one.
Well,
yeah,
no.
I was just thinking I missed some.
You probably did. Oh, there's one up there. I was thinking... That was a weird, like, that is... His climbing was a little, it felt a little weird. I thought there was an extra life on one of the pillars. That's where I was saying you should go up.
Rings.
Oh, I mean, rings are still good.
It don't matter. I'm just gonna get it. I don't think I got this one.
Man, I don't know, but you were right. I mean, I don't really know how much good, like, the ones immediately in your path, like when they're all bunched up.
I think that's it. I don't think I got this one.
You'll get them one day.
I think that's
You got at least 3, and video games love the number. Wait a minute, that.
I think that's the first one. Did it turn off?
What if you do have to get in so quick a time?
Oh.
Ay, ay, ay. No, it's staying lit. Uh-oh. I really don't
No, I
know.
don't think so. I don't know if it's I have to do them all in quick time while enemies respawn. And while the game does.
Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah, I think those down there have already turned back off.
I mean, maybe they did it based on the assumption that it would work. Huh.
So I have to hit all of these janky switches in a time frame. Also, his gliding doesn't work. It's like the things in Scarlet Violet where you dip down really slow. Well, like really fast.
I was gonna say, Knuckles always kind of slide, you know, dips down.
No, it's like fast.
I don't think. Did you hit it?
That one's already lit still, somehow. So, I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Sonic Heroes or.
How do
Hmm.
See how fast he dips down?
Well, he's trying his best.
It doesn't even make sense because we're in an area with lava.
He would not what? Oh, are you saying he would rise up by thermal power?
It's lava. You know how hot lava is?
I have never touched lava, believe it or not, so I don't.
hit every sword.
Why don't you just survey from up here if you... Hmm. Ay, ay, ay. And yeah, essentially, yeah. I think it was only like rubber gloves or something, so it wouldn't have provided that much extra girth. But, like, at the same time, I mean, geez. Rubber's, I don't know if I want to say sticky, right? But there'd be enough friction there that it would make things harder to put on. I imagine that the prosecutors were laughed out of the room
And you
when
couldn't
they
even
lost
punch
that
him.
case. How'd you bounce there? Punch the boxes, maybe there's rings inside? Oh. That's a healthy attitude.
I can't jump off the pillar.
Mm-hmm. There. Oh, I thought you got that. Well, I guess you technically have gotten all of them. So, like, one more if they didn't all restart in between. That one up on the pillar.
They probably went off. Yup.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think this time limit is doable. I don't think they know that they don't know how to make a game.
I mean, we got through it, so that does mean that it is doable somehow.
It'd be a lot easier if the enemies stayed dead. Oh, I'm Sonic again. Is there time limit?
Yeah, they go off after so long. And they had him wear, like, the plastic gloves so that he didn't contaminate the stinking, you know, like, the evidence, right? Where it's like, oh, no, now he's got all of his skin cells up in it, which, I don't know. Like I said, I'm pretty sure the prosecutors for that were really bad. Do you have any comments? You're studying law stuff.
Your way will become clear.
Oh.
Need to. It'll be an easy case.
Oh, you mean the thing where it's like, well, let's make sure you don't have any preconceived biases?
Kind of that, but also usually both sides pay a independent company beforehand to survey people to see if certain demographics are more inclined to vote a certain way.
Yeah.
And afterwards they did it because they were curious. Before they told them to do it because it would help their case a lot. And they found that pretty much all groups believe he did it and like would have voted guilty except for African American women.
Thank you, Knuckles.
And then the jury was almost entirely African American women, just by chance. But then they could have asked to have it switched, like you change the jury because that's a big part of it, to any other group. And they just didn't. They didn't think it would matter.
Yeah. Yeah, isn't that like a way to get out of jury duty? You just pretend like you're racist or, you know, or something. You're really gunning for that ring. When you should be gunning for that ring.
Don't even. I know I took 20 minutes to beat that up. Oh, it dropped down to 6 because I did not go on my second or my first one.
Yeah, you were at like 10 or something, but
Oh, I thought it was longer than that.
the thing is, like, I think you save your time when you go through a thing. So it's like, oh, you spent like 20 minutes, you know, like you spent this much time. Well, you hit this at, you know. I don't need to explain it. You're smart.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Did you have to study the OJ thing for some of your classes?
No, I forget where that was from. I might have just been watching a documentary on it.
I found
Oh,
a
okay.
Chaos Emerald.
Don't touch it!
It's the aqua color. Is there a boss fight? I guess we haven't had a boss fight in a while. It's fine. There's a lot of us. Do you guys want to help, or is this going to be like a Sonic solo kind of thing again?
Oh, I think you fought this boss in Metroid.
I was going to say it's kind of like Volga. It was...
I guess.
wasn't lame.
Are you talking like Ocarina of Time Volga, or okay?
No, not him when he's like, I'm a man now with a spear.
Yeah, did you get around to playing any of the Zeldas I lent you?
No.
That's a shame.
We started watching Full Metal Alchemist though.
Which
Brotherhood. Our original was on like nothing, so I was like, I guess we can just do it.
I mean, I have DVDs if you want to borrow it.
Yeah, she said about maybe,
Cause like the whole thing with that is, you know, like
It's a little too far to attack.
Brotherhood's the intended experience, but there's still some crap where, you know, they put it in the original, right?
Mhm.
Like how they introduce Yoki and everything.
Yeah, some stuff gets
So
a lot faster.
Yeah, it's one of those, it's like, well, we just did this in the last anime, we're not going to introduce this character, like, again. Everybody knows that he's a character.
Watch out, Sonic! Against something
Plus, like, the original Full Metal is still good, it's just not as good as Brotherhood.
Yeah, so we'll get around to it eventually. It's just what we got on. So that's why I was on Crunchyroll like a lot of yesterday.
I think I did see you popping up when I was either playing Mega Man or, yeah, Mega Man 4, or, you know.
Is that correct?
I thought you had to hit it at him, but
That's
maybe you
what
just
I
had to light him up. Light him up, Sonic! If you want someone to light him up, then you should probably be talking to Shadow. Because he has guns.
Well, I think it shattered behind me. I didn't see it.
So you're hitting him in the balls. Ay. Good evening, Winter.
You think I can make that?
I think it would be a pretty shitty boss fight if you couldn't, but, I mean, I wouldn't put it past this game. Ay. Have you caught up on One Piece yet? Dang it. You okay?
No. I'm good, right? Am I done? Oh.
You're playing Sonic 06. Nothing's ever going to be really good, okay?
Okay.
Hey, you got some iframes, man. Don't grab all of them. So you crushed his balls, and he's like, I'm gonna go check this out. Aye.
Not bad.
I've been doing fine. Sam has been doing horrible because he's been playing Sonic 06. He asked for this, though. He asked for this. And I read manga, Sam watches anime.
Number?
There was also a One Piece reference in Danganronpa. Like I said, in V3, they really like their frickin' references. And like sometimes I'm like, oh hey, that's fun, and other times I'm like, okay, come on, like this is reference, like this isn't even clever reference. It's like just one of those. Remember that?
Okay.
No, I don't think. I think you gotta wait for him to. I think this is what we were talking about with the Yellow Devil earlier, where it's like phase when he's vulnerable again. I think he's gonna put up some things. Maybe. Maybe not.
Oh.
Oh, the road less traveled. Ay. Oh, well appreciated, winner. I don't know, man. Like, I don't really remember how this fight works.
There we go. That's probably good.
He's probably gonna come up and be like, what the hell did you do to my thingamajig? Oh dear. You doing alright with that camera, by the way?
No.
Oh.
It's just I don't really feel.
Yeah, but I'm really noticing it now. Yeah, this is definitely one of those games that it's probably worth trying out at some point just because of its reputation. But I would not recommend you force yourself to play it more than you want to. I am kind of curious as to how long we're gonna stick with it.
I'm glad he's being cool for a little bit.
Oh, there he is. There he is. Oh, hit him.
No!
Hit him. Fuck.
The camera! Just make a... You know how long they've had a thing where if you push both back buttons, it just recenters where your character's looking? They probably had that on the NES, and that wasn't even a 3D console. It's like I hit twice, and then it bounced me weird. So I hit twice. Oh, that time it bounced me through that. See
I like how you're
epic
getting
dodge?
caught on it. Like, it feels like Mario Galaxy, where it's just like it has its own center of gravity, but I don't think that's actually the point here. I think that's just kind of how it's going. So what are we thinking? With that percentage of it, do you think that's a fourth or a fifth of his health?
I'm hoping that's a fourth.
Well, if you hit him again, I think we can tell whether it's half or not. Sam, you really, really need to stop asking why something is or is not working in Sonic 06. I think we've been over this. The game has some issues. What if you had to do this exact fight again, but a shadow? What is your favorite boss so far?
Silver wasn't that terrible. Silver might have been the best so far. Because Silver, I learned what I was supposed to do.
Okay, that was half. That was half. That was half. Good job. As long as you land on a platform and get a ring back, you're in good shape.
Good?
That seemed a little drawn out, but I'll allow it.
Good job.
So. You know, if Sonic also had a gun, he could shoot him from back here.
Yeah.
Maybe Keanu Reeves was right all along. We're going to see that, you know, the midnight release of that movie, right? Their Sonic movie.
Shadow?
Did you not? How did you not hear that Keanu Reeves is going to do the voice for freaking Shadow?
Oh, hi.
What's wrong? Is that size just for show?
Like, this was like the biggest news on the internet for like a few weeks.
I don't know. I'm starting to mentally check out.
Do I need to get the smelling salts? Wake up, damn you! You need to kill... I think this might be a version of Iblis.
That Iblis.
It's probably not like the super Iblis, kind of like how you fight Chaos, like the different stages of Chaos.
What is his name?
Oh my god. I'm pretty sure Memphis, Tennessee is the Snap Cube thing, okay? And that's not Memphis. I believe Memphis is the shadow guy. But he might also be Iblis, just like a sentient form of... Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I don't completely know the story for this game. I'm just pretty damn sure it's stupid. Oh my gosh,
Dazed from the impacts. Now's your chance, Sonic.
How's your...
Where? Camera.
The shadow was... Okay, I was gonna say over that way.
Now's your chance, Sonic. Just spend 20 minutes close to the camera so you can kind of sort of see him.
And like the thing is that they're just watching, right? They're pretty much just like sitting on the lazy boy with like their popcorn beer, like you can do it, Sonic.
Sonic, he's wide open for attack. Why aren't you attacking him? He's like, what are you doing?
They are the couch quarterback, or what is that the term? Or is it the armchair? Or is it the armchair quarterback or armchair coach? What is the term when somebody? Because you know a lot of people who watch football do that.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh! I've never played football, like, in my life. Or maybe I played a little bit in high school.
I'm not going to do it. This has been the longest time.
But if I were the if I were the one making the plays, calling the plays, we'd be 8-time Super Bowl champions. Or
Camera, lock on to the thing you want me to fight.
how many times has Tom Brady been a Super Bowl champion, man?
What?
Is he essentially like he's pretty much like the Michael Jordan of football,
I was
right?
gonna say the Taylor Swift of football, but yeah. She might be getting married to that guy.
Oh my
But she
gosh.
wants a prenup or something.
I mean, I think that's pretty fair. Like, if you are the football quarterback, you probably have stupid money and do not need to take half of Taylor Swift's in the divorce, but that's like an entire other magnitude of cash money. Ay, ay, ay.
See what? If your boss fight is
And I've seen people say that Amy's confirmed, but it's the internet, so I was kind of sort of waiting to see a trailer or something.
Memphis? Oh, Amy's in the movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are
I mean, if they're gonna be doing, like, I think we're all just assuming that Sonic 3 is gonna be Sonic Adventure 2, right? So I've kind of been expecting a lot of the characters from that game to start, at least getting confirmed actors like Amy and Rouge.
Do they have to be all romantic about it to do it? Is that necessary? They're like, we have to lock arms, look into each other's eyes, and then do it.
Yeah, I mean, Knuckles is right there. He's going to get jealous.
What, Shadow? What? You want to stay in dumb lava world with broken levels? I don't.
Exactly. We're gonna go back to regular world with broken beach levels.
Broken Beach is at least like, oh, I'm at the beach at least. I'd rather have my knees broken in at the beach than in a volcano.
Looks like we made it
One
back in
Piece.
one piece.
Gaio.
Where did Shadow and Rouge go? Did they appear someplace else?
Or maybe,
Those two can take
Tails,
care of
they didn't
themselves.
appear anywhere because they stayed. It's just like the Christmas Carol. Boy, what day is it? It's Christmas. Oh, thank goodness that I'm not too late. Here, go to the store and buy the biggest Christmas goose you can. And meet me at Bob Cratchit's house. I don't know how accurate that was. It's been a little while since I've either read or watched A Muppet's Christmas Carol.
Did the levels get better?
Oy, oy.
For a little bit at least?
No. Like, wait, I'll ask Big Red said BRB. When he's back, I'll ask him if there are any highlights coming up. And
Besides the
Blaze is
credits.
probably my favorite Sonic character.
Did Knuckles just... Okay, yep.
So I would like to see Blaze show up. What if Silver shows up and Sonic kisses a human woman on the big screen? Oy, oy, oy. I do kind of wonder, like, I guess it might actually be dumb to assume that Adventure 2 is going to be the next plot, because they haven't really done any, like, game plots so far, right? It's just been kind of like, okay. The first movie was...
No, everyone
Oh. Yeah, they do. They do. Which that's also, like, the risky thing about doing it this early. But then again, you don't want to be like Marvel and sometimes put things off for so long that people lose interest.
How do I use my blue meter?
Have you pushed all of the buttons?
I pushed all of the buttons.
Okay, what if they programmed in a boost meter but forgot to actually program in boost? Like, and because of the game that this is, you know that I'm not joking, that could literally be a thing. Ay, ay, ay.
I know I'm supposed to go to the train. Did I lose that nickel? I already got that nickel.
Well, now you got 2 nickels, which means you have the equivalent of a dime. Ay, ay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just... My fondest wish for the third Sonic movie is that Jim Carrey dances to the I Am the Eggman song. Because I think in each of the movies he's done like a stupid like, you know, techno dance. Like once per, right? You've seen both of them, right? So he just needs to do I Am the Eggman, which that reminds, like, oh yeah.
Sonic, I think you can get into the station.
I know there was like an argument on Twitter where all the best thoughts and minds, you know, meet, where people were like, you know, arguing over whether like Live and Learn would work in a movie. And like I could kind of see it if it's just, you know, like, they did put in a remix of Green Hill Zone in the first movie, at least, right? And I could kind of see, you know, people being like, oh, well, they just put in video game music. It's not going to really work with, like, the live-action, you know, which I think it could, right? At least if the song's good. But let's be real. Like, Live and Learn's just, like, it's just a good song. If somebody wanted to say it was overhyped, I mean, like, what the hell ever, I very much disagree. But it's really, yeah. I think my favorite vocal, I really like I Am the Eggman and Open Your Heart.
I feel like I need to go back to town to buy upgrades, but he won't let me go back to town.
Oh no.
Well, how do I break the vent? How do I break the vent to get to the place?
If Silver were to kiss Amy, Sonic would probably thank him for taking her off his hands.
What do I do? How do I get in that vent?
Huh?
Oh, yeah. I think there was a trailer for Sonic 3, but they showed it off at, like, San Diego. Like, they showed it off at, like, some event. And then, like, they never released it. Because I remember people going, like, nuts over it or something. And it was trending on Twitter, but then, you know, like, I went to look for it because I was like, surely some random jackass at Comic-Con was like, oh, they don't see me taking my phone out. But then I couldn't find the trailer. I think, like, the only thing that's really been confirmed for a lot of, you know, like, the Sonic 3 movie is just who's in it. Okay,
I need help. What's a man gotta do to break into a vent? Oh.
There's
some upgrades I can get probably, but it won't let me go back to town.
And yeah, I'm personally not sure if I have any strong opinions on shipping in Sonic for the most part. I kind of like Sonic and Amy, but specifically in Boom because they actually do something with it there. Like, it's pretty heavily implied that Sonic probably does have feelings for Amy and Sonic Boom. He's just too cool to ever admit it. But with this, it's just kind of a cartoony thing where it's like, she's kind of his stalker. She's kind of his friend. I beat Sonic Advance 3 last week with Sonic and Amy. And yeah, I kinda, listen, you don't need to convince me, Big Red. I love video game music. I just know that probably general audiences might be like, what the hell is this? What are these bee-boo boppity boo boo boo? But yeah, if they wanted to throw in some, Hydro City, some Lava Reef Zone, some stinking, Flying Battery Zone, I don't know. I think on like the loading screens they tell you what to do, so if you can just somehow get a loading screen.
I know what to do, but I can't do it.
Oh, what do you need to do?
I need to break the van! I just said I need to break the van!
Oh, I'm not paying attention.
What?
Listen, I am being conversational with chat, okay? You need to understand this.
What? Okay, so I need in this train station, but the guards are like, no train station for you, Sonic. So then I come over here and the guy's like, you can get into the train station through this vent, but you need to break this vent. And now I'm at this vent, I do that, and then
Oh, Big Red was saying something about the the bounce. So yeah, I guess that's probably what you need.
Yeah, so like I think I need upgrades from the town. However, it won't let me go back to town.
And yeah, thanks for stopping by, Winter. Appreciate you hanging out.
Look, just the way back to town.
I feel like this is. Then again,
I gotta go to shopkeeper, but I can't go to shopkeeper.
Sometimes I just like a good level select, you know?
I can't do anything like that. I was looking around on the Xbox controller for additional buttons, and there's no more buttons to put. Maybe I gotta do this lady's side quest. Yeah, I'll chase a car for you.
I think you said if it's blue that it doesn't matter.
Chase the fleeing car. You might need a guide.
Chase the fleeing car.
Unless this gives me bounce, but this doesn't seem like it's gonna give me bounce.
Do we buy bounce from the same store, Big Red?
How do I get back to the store? I've been banned from the store.
Now you got me thinking of stinking chowder. You're banned! You're banned from the stand! So you need to break this guy. What is this? Fucking Street Fighter now? And then you break this guy's car because he's like, what the fuck, man? And the girl walks in, she's like, oh yeah, that's just my ex-boyfriend. He cheated on me. He's an asshole. Thanks for teaching him a lesson. Man, that went so much better than the Three Musketeers.
The Three Musketeers was stupid. And you're just gonna give me probably a nickel for it.
From the same store.
How do I get back to the store?
Well, there's a map right there.
That's just this area. I need to go back to main area.
Wow.
She has a store.
Yeah.
She sell a thing at the store. That's an ass right there. I kicked that car. That's right.
That was
What
incredible.
are your eyes doing right now?
Looks like he's checking somebody out. But he's like trying to be like a little less obvious about it. But it's still pretty damn obvious.
She's like, what are you doing? Did you need to buy something or no? Yes, I'm hoping this is the lady I need to buy things from then.
Well, we'll see. It sounds like his yellow shirt.
I can't go back to yellow shirt. He's banned me.
I don't think that is correct, but okay.
Was the gate open now, maybe? There's another side quest over here. He's kind of weird looking.
Is he weird looking, or is it like his posture,
It's
his
the thing
movement?
he's doing.
Repent!
No shot, no.
And at the end, you just gotta kiss your homies.
Is it open now?
Didn't that guy have like a red thing over his head?
No, there's no orange thing.
Oh, I guess it was orange. I guess I'm confusing, you know, like the reddish orange with red.
She's like, oh, that's cool, no trains are cool. That's fine, that's cool, that's whatever, but I can't do anything about that. She said her store's open.
Just not to folks like you.
I kicked a car to death. I am so lost. And there's nowhere to go.
I mean, if you get to like the edges, I think the area that you were in was around bridges and everything. So if you go like towards the
No, that was the way I came from, that door. Back here's nothing, it was just a silver coin. I did that. Why can't I go back to town? Oh, you're the money man. I'm sorry for kicking you. Here's a guide.
Is there maps in the Maps and charts. Timeline. Good, you gotta know about the timeline.
Where did it all go wrong? Start?
Hey,
I know the station's closed for security reasons. Who's the only one doing anything around here? Me. I'm about halfway through Sonic, I think. I think I'm a little farther.
You are really, really gonna believe me.
Yeah, I'm at like 56
town map.
Yeah, this is where I came from. There's no other doors.
Okay, let's see. The guy for town mission. Who cares about the town missions? We want to know where the man in the yellow shirt is.
No, he's in the regular town. I'm not in the regular town. I'm in the warehouse district.
Can you get to the regular town?
No, that's the problem. He won't let me back in town. I'm trapped in here.
There's a floating computer thing to buy upgrades from.
Yeah, I see it. I can't interact with it, though.
Sell to me. On the other side?
I swear I've pressed that before.
Gonna be okay?
I swear I talked to that computer already. And it was like, no, why can't I just go back to town? Why am I banned from town? Why can't I support small business?
Maybe Yellow Shirt set up that terminal for you to buy things from.
I don't even know how to Oh, well, that was easy.
That was weird. I expected you to, like, knock the grate out of it, not be like, okay, went through the grate.
Follow the train. Radical train. Well,
Did you save after you got that? Well, I guess it's not a big deal. You can get the tray, the thing easy enough. Okay, well, it's all laid out for you.
What?
Store in the one town, terminal, computer terminal, store in the other town.
Son, shouldn't you save the train before chasing after me?
Is there a boost button?
Sonic, help!
I don't know.
I've got to get ahead and help the train.
What are you gonna do? How is he gonna...
Whoa! Why are we in the sky? Is this a sky train?
Son, shouldn't you save
How are you gonna
train
stop the
before
train? Do
chasing after
you
me?
have the training? The train training? I mean, he probably
I've
will.
got
He's
to get
Sonic.
ahead and help the train.
I'd say he once fought a train, so he's qualified, but that hasn't happened yet. Honestly, I don't think the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog is canonical. It was actually very enjoyable. I thought it was a cute little thing.
train hits it. Can you find a switch anywhere?
I like how the thing they were warning me about happened before the dialogue.
Son, shouldn't you save the train
Maybe you
before
were supposed to
chasing
get
after
there
me?
sooner to trigger the dialogue.
Oh, I can't control my movement there. It does like the Mario Kart auto steer thing for you.
Oh no.
Because
I've gotta
sometimes
get
the
ahead and
game
help the
gives you
train.
control when you shouldn't have it, and sometimes the game is stupid.
Sometimes?
At this rate, the train will hit that bomb. You must make the bomb
Yeah,
explode
you're
before the
doing
train
it,
hits
I
it.
think.
Can you find a switch anywhere?
I'd better hurry up and cross this scale.
Time to tip the scales.
Does this conveyor change direction?
Oh goodness me. Oh yeah. Oops. So what is the plan here? Like you need to rescue... Oh, you bound.
If you perform
Not bounce, but bound.
Oh, is that game over?
This is good though.
I wish it was game over. I wish it means the game was over. It's
You're-
not over.
you're-
It's 55%.
You're slightly over halfway. You're correct. Do you need the bounce bracelet again? Do you need to beat up that girl's boy? Do you need to destroy her boyfriend's car again?
Does she even give me anything? I got some rings.
She probably gave you like $50, which you could use to buy the bound bracelet.
I think I already have enough anyways.
Are those things in Bleach called the bounce or the bounds?
I don't know.
Does anybody care? I think everybody believed that thing was very bad and forgettable, at least until it was brought up in court. Man, that was embarrassing.
Can I buy the same thing multiple times?
That's a good question.
Oh, okay.
Well, what about the secret menu? Huh. Ay, ay, ay. It's still funny. The bound thing is bound or bound. It's still funny. Ay, ay, ay.
Hopefully this level is not too long.
It just pretty much came down to some woman. I think like the woman was an attorney, like a defense attorney, explaining what anime filler was in a courtroom to say about how people are just making things up because like it pretty much didn't happen. Like whatever they were accusing her client of. It was really it was embarrassing. Like I said, I mean there's like nothing for it but to say that it was like embarrassing. And of course they got like memed on to all hell. Because if you're trying to make a coherent argument in a court of law and you're talking about the frickin' bounce from like stinking Bleach, I mean, like where'd you get that attorney license from? Where'd you get that attorney badge? Are you sure it's not just Phoenix Wright memorabilia? The most exciting part of any Phoenix Wright game is the one time that you're able to actually present your attorney badge. I think there's like one time you even presented it as evidence and not just as a way to be like, you should hire me, because I am an attorney. It's actually like a comment, like a comic I read once where like the entire thing was Phoenix Wright just presenting his attorney badge as evidence, and everyone being like, my goodness, you're a fucking genius, Phoenix. No one's ever been as good of a lawyer as you are, Phoenix. And then it turns out that he's just like, you know, it goes to him just like kind of staring blissfully ahead and Maya going, Nick, what you thinking about? Is attorney badge a thing in, like, I'm guessing, like, it's a thing in Japan, right? Do we have attorney badges in the US? You should demand an attorney badge if you become a, you know, legal lawyer.
Like you have a license to practice.
Like Harvey Birdman.
Even happening? Do they even know how to make a game? Nothing works.
Listen, conveyor belts, that's fair game. I've played lots of... Is this a platformer? I've played lots of platforming games with conveyor belts. They're fair game.
They work, and it works sometimes.
Does this conveyor change direction?
Trying to think of something like, if it doesn't fit, you must have quit. If it doesn't work, you're a jerk.
I tried to get off it early that time because it doesn't work half the time when you try to jump.
Have any of your opinions on the game changed since we first began?
What I said, I don't think this is the worst game I've ever played.
Does this conveyor change
It might
direction?
be the worst game I've ever played. It's bad.
I was gonna say what was the worst before this, but
I don't know.
yeah, I feel like you were like, I don't think this is the worst game I've ever played. I can't think of any that are worse, but
Oh, he tripped.
oh my
What?
gosh. If only he wouldn't have been in Smash Brothers Brawl. Just tripping was a big thing in that, and everybody fucking hated it. Skip the nickel. You need to find a switch.
There's gotta be a
Yeah,
switch
you guys
somewhere.
have to use somewhere else.
If only Tails would have made a switch finding. Oh, you did it. I mean, like, the whole thing with this is, it should get easier as you do it because you're just gonna know where the damn switches are. Assuming you don't, forget. Of course, it won't matter if you don't get game over, I guess. I mean, there are games like that, yeah, where I'm just like, the way things are set up, it doesn't, I think you want to run the other way. Oh. You clipped through the train, so it didn't matter, but... Oh, and the bound... Oh, yeah, it was either the bounds or the bounce. They were...
Those enemies seem to be protecting that cage for some reason.
They were like soul vampires or something.
Nothing about this game ever makes sense. I never know what's going on.
They died really stupidly. And the archer kid, Uryu, was in love with one of the bad guys until she totally bit it or whatever. It was not the finest bit of Bleach. I'll say that.
Go on top of the train instead of being on the rails.
I mean, Bleach already does a lot of silly things, right? But this was the silliest.
Those enemies seem to be
Like, I'm also reminded of, I think, Ichigo, like, the main character had to do some sort of training right afterwards where he had to, like, face his mind version of some of his past enemies, and, like, the leader of the bounce showed up, and he was like, you regret killing me. And it's one of those, like, can we just pretend this didn't happen? Can we just ignore the fact that this filler ever happened?
Is it almost over?
Is Bleach an anime?
Uh-oh, gotta speed up.
Yeah, Bleach is totally an anime. Bleach is actually one of the big animes from stinking Shonen Jump. If you drank Bleach, it would probably cure you of Sonic 06. Cure you how, don't ask.
Uh-oh, gotta speed up.
Is there any control besides being able to slightly move to the side, or no?
Gotta speed up.
Oh, there's glitch on rock. That's a good move. Why even do that? I have no control over what he does.
Blue streak speeds by Sonic the Hedgehog, too fast for the naked eye. Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic, he can
They don't
really
even put me
move.
back in the level.
Sonic,
They're like, you're gonna go back to the shop. You're gonna go buy that thing again. You're
he's
gonna
got
go
an
break back into the thing.
attitude. Sonic, he's the fastest thing alive.
The
He's
lives aren't even
fastest
like a thing where it's like,
alive.
oh, okay, I can mess up this many times. It's the game can break and glitch this many times before I just have to redo it all. And I just have to hope.
And I've read, or at least am reading, since One Piece is still going on, all three of those. I feel like Naruto went on too long, and Bleach relies a bit too much on stinking... Why don't you save right now? Pause and save.
Right in front of the train.
Bleach had some plot holes. I'll say that. Bleach had some plot holes. Oy, oy, oy. But One Piece has never been bad. Not saying that Naruto and Bleach were bad. I'm just saying. One Piece continues to be #1 for a reason. Yeah, I don't even know if there was a reason for the name Bleach.
It's astounding how bad these controls are. Like, you have to try. I can't even get in the hole. Look at that! I stopped pressing it as soon as I'm kind of lined up, and he's like, "Choo." Look, I stopped
Try
pressing
to jump
it.
right over it and do your best. Okay, you did it.
Save. Save.
Ay, ay, ay.
Jump. Play this dumb level. It's terrible.
Yeah, I have not been keeping up with Boruto. I think I was interested in Boruto in the beginning because it was just like, oh, we're doing like fun little, oh, this is like what life is in the village when not everything's going to, you know, where it's not a constant escalation of frickin', you know, hostilities. And then it just got to the point where they're like, oh, we're super strong and you need to go train in the mountains for 1,000 years because we're stronger than even Naruto and he's like the Hokage or what the fuck ever. And I'm just like, okay, we're back to regular Naruto bullshit. I think I'm stepping out. And my gosh, whenever I see like the image for Shonen Jump, it's Boruto there. He's got like a scar over his one eye, like, you know, like Zoro. And Zoro freaking earned the badassness. And he's like lazily holding a sword up against his shoulder, like it's, you know, like it's kind of sort of under his arm and he's leaning it against his, you know what I mean? I'm just like, yeah, this was probably it was probably a good thing that I stopped, you know, reading this. I don't even remember if Boruto's written by Kishimoto anymore. Like, I feel like that was one of those things where somebody was like, hey, I want to make a sequel to Naruto, will you let me do it? And he's like, yeah, what the fuck ever, I guess.
I better hurry.
Ay, ay, ay. And I think Sasuke is being like an absent father.
There's gotta be a switch somewhere.
I don't even think he makes the pretense of him going out to buy milk and cigarettes. I think he's just like, I'm doing ninja shit. I'm kind of pretending, I'm pretending that I'm best friends with Naruto and not a piece of shit. Yeah, I tried to kill my best friend. Yeah, I tried to genocide my entire, you know, my entire home village. I was going through some stuff. Spoilers for Naruto here. I thought that my brother killed my entire family, but it turned out that the village that I used to live at made my brother kill the entire family because they were assholes, and my brother only wanted me to live a peaceful life and protect the village. So as soon as I realized how traumatized I was over his death, I decided to fucking kill everyone! I'm a well-adjusted and well-written character.
People like him.
Fuck Sasuke.
He's cool and edgy.
Elisa's train is...
Like, I think I've talked about, like, with you, and I don't want to get into specifics, but I remember specifically saying something like, it's like, Bakugo is, like, a shitty person. And, actually, if you remember what I said, this might be a spoiler for you. I was like, there is...
The game just doesn't work.
There is only one way I will ever, you know, like, be okay with Bakugo, and it wound up happening, so I'm like, okay, I will accept Bakugo. Endeavor was another one where it's kind of like, he's a piece of shit, but...
The game just, like, breaks your kneecaps and is like, run. And it's like, I can't move side to side, and it's like, alright, good. Not my problem. You were under the impression I cared, and that was your fault.
I'm so sorry.
It doesn't work! When you try to go left and right, it's like you're actually fighting him. It's a harder boss fight trying to turn than half the boss fight so far.
Like, honestly, the worst thing in any game is pretty much when the challenge isn't the game, it's the fucking controls. Which I guess you have to play the game with, so...
Okay.
Oh, he lived! Oh!
What just happened?
Did I ever tell you about the time that Sparkman tried to commit a 9/11 with a train?
What am I supposed to do about it?
Elisa's train is...
Do I have any button?
Gotta speed
No.
up.
Just gotta ignore that, huh?
I'm doing my best to not have to replay this section a fourth
No.
time.
No, that's... It's fine. I just find the Sparkman thing, like, kind of horrifying, but also kind of, like, funny, because it's a banned episode, and it's one of those things, it's like, oh, I wonder why this got banned, and it's like, oh, this is why it got banned.
So jump to avoid it, but if you jump, you lose all control of your character and you just go vaulting off a ledge because you can no longer control any movement. You're in the air, you're stuck. You're not moving at all.
So which of the Sonic cartoons did you watch? That was a good one.
Is Elisa on board?
Is Elisa on board? I don't know. Jump off an edge, I guess. You'll never find out now.
Elisa's train is...
Guys, speed up!
gotta speed
Yeah,
up.
Sonny, I know. We've been here before approximately 10 times, probably.
If only the lives would respawn in between.
The controls.
You know, that'd be even better.
As soon as I jump in the air, I no longer have control over...
Well, you live this one.
Is Elisa on board?
Yeah, I think that's the plan. Tank them, and then grab more rings.
I was gonna say, you were threading some needles there. You might be able to skirt to, like, the side a little bit without jumping, but I'm not sure.
It counts.
But
Okay.
good. Yes. You did it. You did it. Oy, oy.
Just made it.
And yeah, in the Battle Network anime, Sparkman wants to hijack a train. He manipulates some other trains so that pretty much the train that he's on is pushing, like, flammable gas in front of it, I think, right? Like, think like a giant fucking propane tank or something. And he wants to steer, like, he wants to plot a course with that. Oh, I guess you saved her. Congrats.
I knew it.
Oh, Sonic.
I knew you'd return.
Oh.
You had to.
You know, if she was dead, we wouldn't have to keep saving her.
You again.
That's thinking ahead.
Time, there will be no
Anyway, he
more
wants to crash it into a train station
English trigger.
to cause, like, massive casualties. And I just saw that episode and I was like, oh my god, Sparkman tried to commit a 9/11 with the train.
I saw the weird Mega Man cartoon.
Ruby Spears?
I think, where they're more like people.
And,
Again,
like, it's not even, like, it's the exact cutscene, right?
same noodle fingers.
Time to end this.
He doesn't even care.
Well, I just mean that, like, nothing happens, right? It's not just like the, oh, we can put a plan together, we can spend some more time together. It's just like, you save her, she's kidnapped the gang.
Matt Files.
I'm Shadow. Shadow.
I think they were finally making, like, a flesh of that guy. And people got really excited, right? They're like, oh my gosh, finally a Mephiles, or whatever his name is, like, merchandise, I can't wait. And there's a part of me that's like, did anybody want this? I guess so. I have a freaking infinite flush. I can't criticize anybody. Have you seen my infinite plush?
No.
Oh.
I don't think. Maybe.
Do you want to see my infinite plush?
Maybe.
I have Blaze and Infinite.
You have nowhere to go.
Jump. We no longer have to save you.
I would
There you go.
rather
Now
die
you're
than
thinking.
be your prisoner.
You are thinking.
If I can't kiss Sonic, I don't want to live anymore. Wait, what?
Farewell.
You ever think about it?
Sonic!
Like, she says farewell, right? Which is just her way of saying, like, I guess goodbye is the same thing, but pretty much like you're wishing people. Like, do you think we should have something? Like, should we be like, bad bye? Or I hope you, or I hope you step on a Lego, and then you just, you know, like, ditch somebody. Fuck off, I guess, also works, but that's when you're telling them to get lost.
Yeah. Usually, if you're mad or it's not good, you want the other person to move.
Oh my gosh, Big Red has this thing in the files. Plush.
You think you can intimidate me with just your size? Come on. let's
We
see what you can
will
do.
merchandise everything.
So
Which-
last camera wouldn't look at the other guy, and now the camera will not look away.
How can you take your eyes off of Eggman? He's so sexy in this. It's... Oh,
Oh, and
that
this
was
thing
just an
just
awkward
went out
angle.
there.
I thought you were gonna have to like crawl up its legs and hit it in the head or something. So you have to hit it in the gooch. That is following Star Fox logic. Which Star Fox games have you played, by the way?
So,
You're going down.
4,
Oh,
0.
I was gonna say you did try Zero, didn't you? Like, you probably tried it specifically because it was like, this game's shit, you gotta try it. I need somebody to... Oh my gosh, that's...
Did the thing to Chuck. How dare you?
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's... Is that Bigfoot, or is that specifically the one that Rouge fights to? I can't remember its name.
Bigfoot does it, and
Who does Rouge fight? What
it's
is that
something
one's-
dog, I think, isn't it?
Sonic, run!
You ever think about that mission with Rouge, where Eggman's like, you ruined all my plans because you didn't do it in time. But then after you do it in time, you have all the time to fight that guy in the safe, and then call your mom, and then Shadow to run all the way over to rescue him.
Sonic, look out! The fortress is crashing!
It's really cool how it has a self-destruct system that hones in on... You think I can hit it in the butt? Oh, I did it. It's okay.
Like, even if it hit you, though, you'd just be like, oh no, my rings, right?
Yeah, I don't know. That's an S rank.
That was incredible.
You apparently pulled off a gutsy move at one point.
I think playing this game was a gutsy move.
I told you this, and you're like, I don't think so. I think you're exaggerating, or I think it'll be tolerable.
That was the best boss. That was the best boss in the game so far.
You know what? Fair. That looked like it was like
Easy.
I was gonna say borderline enjoyable. Maybe because it was easy. Maybe it was because how far can I send this nail into my kneecaps?
Oh, this place looks cool. You know, the next game I play after this is gonna feel like Game of the Year.
Oh, dude, that fucking rules. Like, did I tell you that's why part of the reason why I like
I owe
X7?
you a lot, Sonic.
Break your foot before playing it? Oh.
Like, I
I'll
specifically,
head into the
I
jungle.
played, pretty much like what happened was, I played X6, and you know how I hate, like, X6 more than pretty much any game in existence, right? Like, it's not the worst game I've ever played, but just because it is a really shitty game, and because it's a mainline X game, so I can't ignore it, I hate it, right? I tried playing that game, I think for, like, I was trying to do a review or something on it. I think I rage quit, like, twice in either 1 or 2 days, right? Like, it was a very short turnaround. And I still had stinking, I still had X7 on my list of games to play. So it was just like, listen. Just like, X6 sucks. I hate it more than anything. And I remember not liking X7 at all. But if I play X7 now, one of two things is going to happen. Either X7 is going to be tolerable and a lot better by comparison to X6, or the opposite is going to be, what happens, and then I'll be able to go back to X6. I wound up liking X7 more. It is one of those games that I should not like, but at this point I'm just like, hell yeah, X7, I'll play that. I'll play it right frickin' now. I mean, I won't because you're playing this, and I'm invested. But that is like, I would honestly, like, if you can, find a game, like, that you kind of feel like playing, but you're not, like, 100% sure you'll like it. And I think it'll be great. You could go back to World's End Club or something.
Hang on tight.
Huh. Apparently you were supposed to hit the head on that thing. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
I'm not supposed to be here.
I regret to inform you, that's what that meter's for.
Yeah, why do I have it all the time, though?
Because Elise is always present in your heart. It's like Sniper Island. Where is Sniper Island? In your heart.
I gotta...
How do you feel about Usopp these days, by the way?
Not great. Not great at all.
I'm sorry to hear that.
He's not Sanji bad. But not great.
I feel like we're on the same page with Sanji, but for you, Usopp is also like a second Sanji, where sometimes you're like, hell yeah, Sanji. But then other times you're just like, oh god, Sanji.
Yeah.
Although with me, it's like 80 to 85% of the time, fuck Sanji. He's a creep.
Sanji has good moments very rarely.
Like, he does, and,
And they're really cool when they happen.
Yes!
But...
They're, like, the best, and you're just like, oh, Sanji! Oh, I misjudged you! Oh, you're, like, the second best Straw Hat! And it's like, oh, that's right, he's still a creep. He would still totally peep. He is, like, a slightly more socially acceptable version of Absalom. And Absalom is, like, the enemy of all women. Like, I can't even fucking believe what they did with Absalom. Like, that was freaking wild. Spoilers for One Piece, I think he's dead now. And you know what?
Yeah,
that's
he
cool.
is.
Probably. I think he got hit in the Powers Hunt, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever they called it. Did they call it the Powers Hunt or like the
They
fruit
didn't
hunt?
name it yet.
But
where I'm at.
yeah.
Could Shiryu have
Boy, I really hope they all die.
I like the black people. What are they called?
They're the Blackbeard pirates.
If you jump when the bud is glowing, you may be able to jump higher.
If you don't know what we're talking about, then you're missing out.
I did it right. That's the first.
I don't think I was immediately into One Piece when I first started reading it, but I think our other brother Mike was kind of like, like we had a few issues of Shonen Jump. He's like, well, I think it's kind of interesting. I'm like, oh, okay.
Hang on tight.
Well, I'm a dumb kid with too much money. I'll get like all the One Piece, and then after a while, like I don't know at what point I'm just like I just really like One Piece.
Water 7 is when I was like,
I'm going right up the middle.
Well, I just mean, like, in general, it went from, it's like, I'll read it because it's something I can discuss with, you know, our brother, right? To, okay, I'm reading it because, like, I specifically want to read it. Which, like, it's always been good, so I'm not really sure why it didn't click with me immediately. Well, I'll also say this, I'm pretty sure when I started reading, like, One Piece, and this is, like, the fucking crazy thing, I think it was, like, less than 10 volumes. At least translated into English. It wouldn't surprise me if there had been like 20 or so in like Japanese. So it's one of those things, like how many people can frickin' say that? Hey, TV was cool. I thought you said it was always cool. Oy. So Elise has a purpose, specifically as a battery. Got it. That is not the only time I've ever had a character where it's just like, yeah, what's your purpose? Typically, though, when I have, like, a battery character, it's like in an RPG or something, where it's just like, you're just here to, you know, like, to buff me or heal me or something. Like, you know, I don't remember how far you got. I think you at least got... I don't remember if you got the Mach Gentra or not, next command mission. But Cinnamon was totally a battery for me. Where it's just like...
I fought a bird,
yeah, that was Mach Gentra. Did you fight in Centos? Did you fight the Egyptian-looking guy with 3 No, he wasn't Egyptian. He was the Ashura. He had 3 sets of faces and hands. And he would go, ha ha ha! And then when you beat him, he would kind of like keel over and say, how could this be? And then he'd explode. I killed him a lot. There's a boss rush at the end of that game. I killed him a lot. A boss rush in an RPG. I mean, Fire Emblem 7 kind of had that, come to think of it.
Kind of at the end, with all the people.
But yeah, Again, X Command Mission, I feel like, is one of those games where it's probably like a mid-level game, right? But I like it a lot more than I should, and I feel like I'm not alone in that. I think like X Command Mission is one of those things where it's like not a lot of people like it, but those who like it really fucking like it. I'm sorry, I'm profaning. I'm profaning.
Oh, you're beside those.
Be careful.
So don't hit boost pads because then I just can't see where I'm going.
I mean, just assume that if you're gonna hit a boost pad, then it might send you into terrible territory and boost. Wait until your boosts fill back up, though.
Gotta make sure I don't fall in the water.
I'm lagging so hard.
Like, if you're a Sonic fangirl, this has to do something for you, right? Like, being princess carried by Sonic, like, there's a lot of, you know, there's probably a lot of people out there self-inserting right now, right? It's like, oh, princess, carry me away from this horrible, horrible Eggman. Oh, all your friends will help us get away. Because we're meant to be, Sonic. I don't know where you're at, man. I'm pretty sure just over the ledge is swamp water. Oh, okay, there's the...
How dare you?
Yeah, that was a little mean. Like, was that the same turtle as earlier? Was he like, alright, I got shit to do?
Something might happen if I knock down that fruit.
You are panic jumping, aren't you? I can recognize it because I do the exact same thing in a lot of these games. It's like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Solid. I mean, not ground, but you know. But when you were just Sonic, the meter is used for the gem upgrade Sonic can buy, but the meter never goes down. The manual says it goes down, but it literally just doesn't. So they didn't program in, so you can abuse them. Gotcha. I mean, for what it's worth for Command Mission... I shouldn't even say what it's worth. If you're interested, I did do a playthrough of that game. And at some point, I will probably do another one. Because, when I swap channels, I'm probably going to want to play through, like, every Mega Man ever again. Although I'm trying to think of, like, a fun way to maybe do that when I get around to it. So it's not just like the, you know, playing through you know, bam, 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 bam. Maybe it's like...
That level wasn't terrible. Well, it wasn't good. It was a bad level. But compared to the rest of this game...
I like the qualifiers to this. It's not too hard to get, like, an RNG thing, right? So I was thinking of, like, doing, like, maybe a roulette, where it's like, okay, today I'll play a ZX game. And it'll be the ZX game.
Yeah, that's not hard.
Which will be very, very unfair, because ZX only needs to get through 2 games. Maybe 3. Oh my gosh. I feel like the graphic quality just, like, went up. It's now more cinematic.
Elise, you should go back to the castle.
Okay.
That way, Eggman can completely destroy your bodyguards and kidnap you again. Literally, the only way you get through this is if I kill Eggman and probably that Silver jackass.
I've never seen so many flowers before.
Are they?
No.
Sonic, have you visited many wonderful places before?
Yeah.
Like, that level would have been the worst level in any other game.
Once
But
you
in
defeat
this
Eggman,
one, it was
you'll
maybe the
leave,
best one.
won't you?
Also, I'm still kind of finding this funny because there's a part of me that wants to make it weird and, like, make jokes about Sonic being, like,
Though I've been
super
frightened
horny.
many times,
But I think it's just
I still
funnier
enjoyed
if
this
he's just,
game.
like, completely, like,
It allowed me
uninterested
to be something other than a princess.
and, like, partially, like,
I was able
oblivious,
to
where
be
he's just like,
myself,
huh,
a girl.
well, that's neat.
It sounds like being a princess isn't that easy.
It isn't sometimes, but I love
This is, like,
this
almost
country.
kind of, like, the opposite of the
Everyone has
the
some
desperate
children,
male, like,
all my citizens
borderline
are
incel, like, the pre-incel male thing, right? Where it's like, oh, that girl was nice to me. Does she like me? Right? Where it's like, oh,
Become a
Sonic's
strong
being so nice. Does he like me? It's
doesn't
like,
cry,
Sonic is
no
nice
matter
to
what.
literally everyone who isn't a villain.
And
so
he still races
I
go-karts
do
with
my
Eggman,
best to
so
protect
even
our
then...
country.
Not go-karts, they have actual cars.
I understand everything my parents said to me now.
In the comics right now, Sonic is using an invention that Eggman gave him.
Remember this place.
And he's like, I'm giving this to you because the person who's causing trouble for you right now, I don't like them, and I'm giving this to you out of spite. And he's like, alright, I'll do it.
Elise?
And I'm just like, this isn't gonna bite you in the ass, right? Like, allegedly, Tails has
I was
checked
afraid.
out the materials, right?
What is she crying about?
Because her dad's dead.
He's been dead.
Smile.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess you just get over it. She's reminiscing about how hard it is to be a princess, and about how her dad is dead and she loved him very much.
Do they have to pull out a step stool for Sonic when they kiss?
Do you not know the context for when they kiss?
Oh, is he like carrying her and he like leans down or something? I'm not. I know
we
they
need to get
kiss,
through
but I
this.
don't
We
know.
need to get through this game. You need to frickin' see this. This is just Adventure 1.
Yeah, that's the ship from Adventure.
What was it, the Egg Albatross? Or am I
Carrier
mixing it?
icon?
No, the Egg Carrier, right. And it's gonna play that, like, that funky music when you get on deck, and you're gonna, like, you're gonna move the potty seat so that you can step on the switch to transform it. And then you're gonna fight Gamma. And then Amy's gonna be like, no, don't fight!
I'm usually a proponent for like, oh, if I pay $60 for a game, there's not like a set time limit, but if I'm getting 100 hours out of it, I'm like, I feel like that was worth it. This I'm like,
Please be done.
I want it to be shorter.
Personally, I like shorter games just because then I can play them multiple times. People were like, you know, people were upset
I
that.
do not allow harm to come
I
to
mean,
my
this is the
people.
example I always give up, like Dread, how short it was, and it's like I played through that game at least 3 times.
I feel like Dread isn't
It is
that.
my
Like
duty
some
as
games are
princess of
like
Soleon
$60 and then like an hour.
There is.
Egg Albatross was Heroes. Okay. So I'm not making names up. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna tell him I don't much care for what he's doing. I wasn't paying attention to that. I think he told either Sonic or Elise to meet him at a specified point at 4 p.m.
o'clock. Yeah, that's the only thing I read to it.
Because this is America, we don't do military time. Like, how widespread is AM, PM anyway?
I don't know.
You know, some people, it screws with them for thinking, you know, like, military time. It's just like, just at 12, man.
Yeah.
Just at 12.
This is
Why am I
terrible.
tails?
And then there's
Princess Louise
frickin'
was the Eggman by herself.
Jimmy Kimmel making fun of millennials for not knowing how to read, like, you know, an analog clock. And it's like, how many situations are there where you need to read an analog clock, right? Like, it's an antiquated thing, right? I think there was one on, like, the Ellen show where she was, you know, kind of laughing at people not being able to use, like, the rotary phone. And it's like, when the fuck? Like, that is stinking murder mystery territory, right? Where it's like, oh yes, we've gone to the old chateau for, like, a murder mystery night. But, oh no, a storm knocked out the power lines and we can... Rotary phones still use, like, the electricity in the phone lines, right?
Yeah, they didn't know how to make.
But my point is, you know, that's, like, one of the things where you need to call somebody then. And, like, that is the only, like, if you need a freaking rotary phone, someone has been killed. And I'll stand by that. Also, maybe an escape room. But if you put that in a freaking escape room, fuck you. I mean, I guess it's fine. It's a little weird. Like, it's a little awkward. And, like, honestly, it is just one of those things, like, it's an antiquated thing. Like, there's plenty of antiquated things like that where people are like, oh my gosh, I can't believe the kids these days don't know how to do the such and such. And it's like, why would they? Like, in any circumstances, why would someone need to use a rotary phone instead of just typing something in, right? Why would somebody need to look at I mean, there's, like, stuff like Big Ben, I guess, and everything, right? But for the most part, everybody has, like, a cell phone. Everybody can just look at the digital display. There's not much point. And it's, like, the same with cursive. Like, fuck cursive. I have thought about doing, like, a video just explaining why cursive is shit. And then having people just be like, you're a Mega Man channel.
I'm holding down right now. That was going straight at it.
You're a Mega Man channel. This isn't even a video game. What the hell is your problem? It's like, I am very passionate about how shitty cursive is. Cursive can eat dicks. Do you have a strong opinion about cursive? Like, I feel like signature is literally the only time you want to use it. Otherwise, like, it's lazy. It's just, oh, I don't want to lift up my pencil, so I'll continue to scribble. And that's, like, what a lot of cursive is, too. Like, I feel like a lot of people aren't, you know, like, honest about the fact that their handwriting is shit. You went over it. And yeah, no, like, some people use analog clocks. I just don't like Jimmy Kimmel, okay? I just don't like him probably asking, like, 100 different younger people how to read an analog clock, and then choosing, like, you know, cherry-picking, like, the 5 that couldn't, and acting like that is an entire generation. I believe Jimmy Kimmel's also the one that made fun of Let's Plays.
I forget his name, but he's like an actor and comedian that had a funny bit about it, where he's running around on the streets, and he's like, have you seen the Name a Woman one?
Name a Woman one?
He goes up to strangers on the street, like, screams in their faces, like, name a woman. And the girl is, like, panicking. She doesn't know what to say. He's like, name a woman. And she can't.
I think I get what the point is here. He's just, you know. Oh, yeah, no, I get it. That's funny, actually.
He's also an actor.
Speaking of which, I might have given you crap for this before. Why didn't you tell me that in Parks and Recs, Ben Schwartz was on it? He's Sonic! How do you not know that he's Sonic? Like, movie Sonic, but he's still Sonic.
Do I go over here, you think?
I guess. Like, it's reachable, and yeah, okay, I see a checkpoint. Listen, man. they tried their best. Or maybe they didn't. I'm not entirely willing to say that they tried their best on this one. The point is, Ben Schwartz is Movie Sonic, and you should respect him for that. Okay, there's... Well, that wasn't the best.
This game is not bad.
And yeah, I kind of remember cursing.
I know my signature.
I kind of know. Sometimes I have to think a little bit, and I can at least budget where it's like, well, this looks like what cursive should look like. Oh, there's a platform to the right. I think you tried to go beyond it the last time. I didn't see it either, so I can't give you shit. I'd say that you don't want to be there, but I kind of think that that wasn't your intention anyway. Damn it.
It's okay.
He, like, drops. He drops. You know, I get it completely. Like, I'm watching it, you know, there's sometimes in these games where I'm just like, do you just suck? And then there's, you know, like, I kind of have to question whether it's you or the controls. For this, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt a lot of times, but you know, right? Like, just in general. With this, it's absolutely like, I can see it, and it looks like garbage. That's so mean. Like, I imagine... Can you cheese it? Please. Oh, great!
It keeps telling me I beat levels in like under 3 minutes, and it's no.
And honestly, I think as long as you write most signatures by hand, even if they're not cursive per se, I think it still counts in most cases. So I don't really think, but that was like something I used to work with, like, I won't say like older, like she wasn't grandma age, but she was like, at least she had some years on me, I'll say, right? And she used to be like, I think cursive's still important. And I'm like, for what purpose?
You've wasted so much.
It's sloppy, and it's like, oh, I think it looks nice. And I'm like, it's scribbles.
Cooperated with me earlier.
Like,
I wouldn't have
you
had to
see,
do this.
maybe it's just because of what I used to do for, like, and what I still do, kind of, right? But I've seen, like, a lot of signatures where it's just
first
like,
letter,
yeah,
and
first
then
level
Your
scribble for the
parents ever
rest.
disclosed to you anything about Solaris?
I'm trying to be very reasonable
Solaris'
here.
secrets are in his eternal flames.
Ay.
His power.
Spelling isn't a
can change
bad
time
thing to have.
And even manipulate the fabric of time itself.
Autocorrect isn't always
I
going to
wish
catch
obtain
you.
this power
But
and
signatures can
dominate
die.
everything in this
I mean, not signatures, cursive can die.
from the past.
That's like the other thing that bugs me about it is it's another thing that you have to learn, right? And I mean, like, we grew up with it, it's not really that big of a deal, but I'm just like thinking of like a foreigner or something. It's like you learn the English language, now learn fucking cursive.
It remains dormant.
Like, that's the thing, like, I will never learn, you know, like, I still haven't given up hope that one day I will learn to speak and understand Japanese. I will never learn how to write it. Like, they have 3 frickin' writing systems that just get, like, smushed into one from what I understand. I'm just like, why?
Once I have
Do you just
everything,
hate foreigners? It's
they
like,
have
oh,
the
wait.
whole world
Japan was an isolationist country. Maybe.
And one of the beautiful gems is just ahead.
Well, I wasn't paying attention either time, so I hope he explains it a 3rd time.
What?
His plan.
Now,
He wants to
Let's go
harness
collect that
their
Chaos
secrets in
Emerald.
Solaris's flames.
Does he want to use it for, like, energy or something? It's like, I will power all of the bad things.
I'm gonna cook my pasta on him.
I will use it to power my theme park.
In space.
I'm not sure, when did that become his thing, where it's just like, what's the plan? Oh, theme park. There was actually like a line from the comic where this one villain who was trying, like, he was really sucking up to Eggman, he wanted to be his protege. Dr. Starling, he was a platypus. He's like, question, Doctor, if I may. And he's like, you may. Why theme parks? He's like, because I like theme parks. And it had the same energy as, I think, like, the guy's name was Sauron or something like that. Not Sauron. Soren? I don't remember. I think it was, like, Dinosaur S. But you know about, like, the one Marvel villain who he's just, like, a pterodactyl man? There's this one line in, like, Spider-Man and the X-Men where he pretty much just, I think Wolverine was dead, so it was pretty much like chaperoning his X-Men class, right? And they fight this guy, right? And he asks him, he's like, "You're a brilliant scientist. You could cure cancer, but instead you turn people into dinosaurs." And his response is like, "But I like dinosaurs." And it's one of those things, like, everybody... I don't know how well the comic sold, but I feel like that is one of those lines that it gets memed a lot because it's so freaking funny. Because it is just one of those, like, yeah, no. I guess fuck everybody with cancer, but I guess that does check out. Yeah, no, you're right with spelling with English, because sometimes we're just like, what the hell ever. There's like a silent P, and it's like, why? Because I don't want anyone to hear me going to the bathroom. Speaking of Dr. Starline, though, have I explained Big Oof to you before? Really? Is it? Maybe that's where they got it from. It is...
They go
it's...
when they die.
Yeah, they do.
Where am I going?
Okay, spoilers for the IDW comic, right?
Oh, yeah, no, you have to me in.
Yeah, one of the villains dies right in front of one of the other characters, and she's, like, telling this to, like, you know, Sonic and Tails. And I think she's, like, partially traumatized, because even though he was, like, a terrible person, it's still, like, you just watch somebody die right in front of you. And Sonic's response is Big Oof. And some people got so mad at it because they're like, Sonic wouldn't say that. He wouldn't be so flippant. And it's like, listen, man, it's really funny. Is it in character for Sonic? I think you could make the argument both ways, but it's really funny. And if it's really funny, I mean, I think it flies. Like, you know, Rule of Cool, I think there's also, like, I think we can make a variant of that for if it's funny, right? You know Rule of Cool, right? Pretty much, yeah. It's one of those things, like, even if it doesn't make the most logical sense, if it's awesome, it's just like, you just let it slide.
Do we want to face these, or do we want to save and quit for now?
I don't know. It's up to you. I mean, it's 4 hours. I kind of figured we'd go for 3 or 4. I kind of, like, I am surprised that you have not wanted to duck out of this, like, 2 hours ago. I kind of figured after 3 you'd be like, I did my penance. I
mean, we can do it again.
Oh, okay. I did want to ask. Like,
yeah.
Ooh, go to main menu quick. See, yeah,
right.
percentage, yeah.
70
Like, do you
if
think
I
we
have
can,
to-
yeah, how committed are you? Do you think you can do everything, or do you think...
Maybe...
And do you want to keep on doing Sonic, or do you want to, like, vary it up?
I was gonna do all 81.
If we go for another hour, I bet we can stop the ableist traitor.
And then next time finish Sonic Stars Silver, maybe?
Oh, we're going Silver and not Shadow?
Yeah.
But Shadow's the most kissable.
Or I think we could do Shadow Silver.
No, it's up to you. I do not care either way. I just know that Shadow is the favorite. Who you gonna put on the thumbnail? You could put Elise.
I could put the dude. I could put them kissing.
That's not... I think that's gonna happen in... I think they said that there was Last Story, which makes sense.
There's more?
I think we get the Convergent ending.
Oh.
Like, you've played these games. You know how they work. That's another point in Heroes' favor. Heroes end this. Because they have, like, the adventure games... Like, if I can say... what are the qualities of adventure games? They're 3D. They have medals, or something you can collect, right? They have a plethora of characters, and they have multiple stories that converge in the end. They don't have these don't have Chow Gardens, so there's not that.
There's 5 missions per level.
Like, if you do you want to 100% this?
No.
Exactly. Then concentrate on like the first one. Jeez. Like, I don't know why you're freaking out about this. I can't believe they would do this to me. And it's like, we're not doing it.
Before, though.
We're not doing it.
Somebody's gone through that.
But yeah, to go back to IDW, they do some pretty like weird things in this. They had like pretty much a zombie outbreak. Like an entire like arc that I want to say went on for more than a year. That got like really dark. People got traumatized. Cream cried.
Sally died in the old ones. And
Nobody like.
They bring her back as a robot, and Sonic's like, my girlfriend's a robot. No.
It's like, she's not canon, Sonic. Get over it. Like, I know people like the Archie characters, but I feel like it's better. Like, somebody explained some of the messed up shit that Scourge the Hedgehog did, and I'm just like, oh. Apparently, there might have been adult relationships, which is already freaking wild for a Sonic character, like, for Sonic, right? But apparently, like, he did it under false pretenses because Scourge wasn't always green. He used to just be, like, evil Sonic, like, literally. And, like, I guess there was something where it's implied that he might have had adult relationships with Bunny Rabbit while she thought that she was with Sonic. And it's like, you just... No, we need to, like, the Archie comics, it's probably better that they're not a thing anymore. Like, I'm just gonna say it.
You might, like, I have a big book.
I still want to read them at some point.
Of, like, the old ones. Like, the first, probably 100 or something. You maybe like that.
I think that's before Ken Penders got his hands on it, so probably.
And it's
I think that would
like,
be
stupid and complicated.
I think that would be more probably in line with the one Sonic comic. Well, not the Sonic cartoon from back in the day.
We give thanks for the blessing.
That one that I was singing earlier.
May we always continue
Blue Streak. They had the Resistance. One of the... But that comic had like the... That cartoon had like one of the weirdest lines, like where it was just like, what the fuck? Because Bunny Rabbit was like reading Tales of Bedtime Story, and I guess there was some mean villain or something in it. It's like, oh, he's pretty, he was pretty nasty, wasn't he? And she's like, she like winks, she's like, nastier than a one-eyed snake. And I'm like, excuse me? Is that a euphemism, or did that used to mean something different? Yeah. Archie went on for so freaking long. I think it was like the longest running video game adaptation until it died. So there's a lot to keep track of, and there were spin-offs, so it's hard to keep track of. And I forget what I was saying. What did I say? I was comparing Heroes to the adventure games. Oh, because they had the convergent story. I think that was another thing where I'm like, it has that in common with the adventure games, right? So yeah, if somebody wants to make an argument that either this or Heroes is an adventure game, they kind of could.
If you make the argument that Heroes is, I think it's wrong, but it's fine. It's okay. I don't ever want to say Adventure Street or grouped together.
It is kind of weird that they did Adventure and then they did Adventure 2, and they're like, we're not doing an Adventure 3, we're just gonna do games that are similar to it without, like, the label.
So, like, I don't think we can make another good game if we try. We gotta stop, guys.
I am kind of curious as to how Heroes holds up. I remember really liking it when I was a kid, but, like, I was probably a teenager, actually. But, like, I liked a lot of weird games when I was a kid.
We could have played that instead of this.
No, you ran your mouth. Like, I told you that, like, the other one, like, and I'm not gonna... Like, if you're busy and you don't have time to play, like, stream other stuff with me, that's fine. Like, you have a life. You owed me this. You owed the world this.
I can get through this.
Ay, ay, ay.
I can finish the game, probably.
Okay. I'd be interested. I'd be very, very interested. I'm looking forward to it. And then after this, you can watch me play Prime 2.
I don't anything.
Yeah, exactly. I do feel like a little bad because, like, the last thing we streamed, well, that was your specialty and it only took a stream, so it's not, like, really that big a deal. Before this, though, it was mostly me playing, wasn't it? I feel...
Maybe. I did X. I won X.
Yeah, but I make everybody play X.
Didn't I do Frontiers or no?
You might have did Frontiers. Yeah, I think you did.
Sonic.
Remember when you fought the moon and it was before they patched before they patched it so that it wasn't as egregious?
Yeah.
And then you inspired me to go back and I fought the moon before, you know, they patched it out to be less egregious? I still just, like, it's not the only game I've ever played where they're just, like, different gameplay style for the final boss. But it's just one of those things, it's like... I mean, I guess a lot of Sonic games are kind of like that. Because, like, Super Sonic works a good bit different. But it's still like, well, I'm playing as Sonic. But that is just like, well, I'm playing this other game that I do not remember. I think the company's called Treasure, who has Ikaruga. That was also weird because I would watch people play it and they'd be like, oh man, this is Ikaruga. And I'm like, I thought I only... Then again, I only know about Ikaruga and I only played it because Donkey did a video on it. So maybe, like, a lot of other people were just like, I have no idea what this game is, but Donkey vouches for it. I'm gonna play it.
I remember that being like 30 minutes for one attempt. It probably was not that long. It definitely was not, but it felt
I want to
long.
say that it was like, it was 5 to 10 minutes, which is really, like, it's really long, especially for, like, different games have different thresholds for these things. Like, I feel like most platformers, you don't want to have long, drawn-out bosses. There's a few where you can get away with it, but again, like the Devil, people had issues with that because they feel like it's drawn out. And again, like, Sonic, I feel like it's really freaking bad. I will say that I had less trouble, like, this last time I played through Mania, but I remember originally, like, the last set of stages, Act 1 and Act 2 for, like, the final levels, it would take me, like, 10 minutes going through, and I just get pissed off because I'm like, I love this game, it's got a lot of good things going for it, but it should never take you 10 minutes to get through a Sonic stage. And to be fair, like, even if I did get through it faster, I still do feel like those last levels are a little long. But it's Mania, so I'll forgive it because I freaking love Mania.
Sonic the Hedgehog!
The point is, Sonic Frontiers had some issues.
Kind of like grayed out.
And, like, again, it's another one of those things that, like, kind of piss me off because it feels like they were jumping on the train of, like, open zone, but still, you know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, this is popular, so we'll do it. And it's just like, you sit there and you're like, if you want a game to be a success, Adventure 3 with Chow Garden, you dumb fucks. It's right there. Like, maybe you do it and it sucks because you don't have the magic anymore, but at least you try, right? At least you try. And I'd be like, well, I won't buy, bug them for an Adventure 4 because they don't have the magic. But hey, we lived the dream for like a little bit. The dream was alive momentarily.
The Adventure 2 came back together. Have them do it.
Well, that's like the thing that, like, oh yeah, I don't really know a lot of the people who make the games, right? Like, I think it's been pointed out before, a lot of times games are attributed to, like, one person when a shit ton of people make them, especially these days. My god, I like to sit at the credits for so damn long, even for games that seem simple, right? But, you know, like, like, I don't know how people get shuffled around, I don't know how they do things. Tango Gameworks got picked up by another company and they have the rights back to Hi-Fi Rush. that's awesome. Like, it's not really a game that I want to play because I'm not good at rhythm games, but it's like, you know, it's what we're saying. I think it's awesome. But, you know, like, that's the whole thing. Like, I worry about Mega Man all the time because, like, if they do an X9, is it going to be by somebody completely different? And I also thought that Mega Man 11 felt really different. And I'm just like, do they know how to still make it? And, like, the whole thing is, like, it's still a Mega Man game. It's still really good. It just, like, you just got to get used to the double gear. Somebody gave me, like, shit because I'm just like, I thought that they just didn't know how to make a Mega Man game. And it's like, I know how that sounds arrogant. Where it's like, well, if I don't like this game, obviously they're not doing a good job of making a Mega Man game. But in my defense, I feel like if I play through the other 10 games all in a row, and I'm like running on all cylinders, I got it down, and I play the last game, and it's like, I'm not getting it. Something feels off. I feel like there is something to it. But you know, like they did a good job with Mega Man 11, I think. So I think they could make other good ones, but it's like, you know, it's the exact same thing, right? I don't know how many Mega Man people are around. I don't know how many people are still around that made, like, Adventure 2 Battle. If they're still around, like, I would love to see them do this again.
A pleasure to meet you at last, Princess of Soliana. I am Dr. Eggman. I come here to obtain the secret.
And you might be right there, honestly. Like, like, if I can go back to Mega Man again, it's like Mighty Number 9, where people were like, this is going to be Mega Man 2 all over again. Like, they treated it like it was supposed to be, like, the second coming of Jesus. And then, like, the game was, it was, I think it's fun. It's not as good as it should have been given the funding that it got. But I feel like it got judged overly harshly. So you're probably right. In Adventure 2, well, in Adventure 3, if it was not... It doesn't even need to be as... Like, it can't even be as good as Adventure 2. It needs to be at least as good as people remember Adventure 2 being. And that's, like, the scary thing. Because when nostalgia's involved, you remember things weird. Like, there's games that, you know, like, you're like, this is the best game. Like, I went back and I played Adventure 2, and I still really like it, and it's still really up there for, you know, like, 3D platformers for me. But there was, like, a little more rough around the edges crap than I remember.
I finally found him.
And, you know, like, I can acknowledge that. But how many other people can, right?
Yeah, because other people aren't going back and playing it.
Yeah, no. Like, that's almost one of those things, like... If they did an Adventure 3, I think the best way to do it would be to remaster Adventure 2 so that people replayed it and they had, like, a benchmark. And then did Adventure 3. It still would be very, very high expectations, but I think that would be the best way to manage them. And yeah, it probably wouldn't live up to the hype. Like, I hate to say it. Sega makes dumb decisions sometimes, though, so I wouldn't put it past them. I acknowledge everything you're saying, Big Red. I'm still not going to rule it out, though, because sometimes people just do dumb things, and we have to acknowledge that.
I don't feel Adventure 3, at least not in the foreseeable future.
That could be a desperation move.
We're going out of business. Make Adventure 3.
Well, like, the fun thing about Sega is they're not... Yakuza's been doing, I think, pretty good for them. And you said they also own Atlas.
Yeah, they bought.
So I'm gonna just say this, for, like, the longest time, Sega and Sonic were synonymous. It's like, what do? They do Sonic. Occasionally they do a few other things, but I don't remember them, and I don't care about them. Even if I do like Ristar and Vector Man, like, let's be real, they didn't hang their hats on Vector Man and Ristar. Like, if Sonic ever gets in a bad spot, I think they could prop things up with some of their other properties at this point, right? Like, they are no longer, like, I think while they haven't been doing always the best work with Sonic, they've been doing, like, decent with some of their other stuff. I don't think Sega's just the Sonic company anymore. And I'm sure some people are going to be like, they had Jet Set Radio, they was never just a Sonic company. But, like, be real, man. Be real. Sonic is the moneymaker. I don't think we can ever, you know, I don't think that's ever going to not be the case. But they got some shit going for them these days. Like, I don't think Sega's doing, Sonic's still doing pretty well for him. Like, the other thing with Sonic is, Like, it doesn't just depend on games. Like, you got the movies, you got Sonic Prime, you got the IDW comics, you got merch out the wazoo. Like, Sonic is just very fucking marketable. So, you know, like, Sonic can put out shitty games. I won't say if he wants, if it just so happens that that's the way it is.
Pleasure to meet you at last, Princess of
You can even
Solia.
put out, like, mixed review games, and it doesn't matter. I won't say it doesn't matter, it would certainly help.
From you, and to take the miracle gems that are the key to its secrets, the Chaos Emerald.
They did remaster Adventure
Now,
2.
Princess, this way.
Are we talking about the GCM port? Listen, they don't even need to make solid games or ports. I'll just buy them anyway. Like, I will give the way I talk about...
That's a pretty snazzy performance there.
I feel like Aaron Hansen and I are very similar because we both like Mega Man, and I feel like we both have this, like, love-hate relationship with Sonic, where it's just, like, the games frustrate the shit out of us. I think I'm a little more cool with the games than he is, but it's still just one of those things where it's like, we will complain about Sonic and complain about Sonic and complain about Sonic, and then it's still like, oh, the next Sonic game came out. Better pick it up. Ay, ay, ay.
I've been thinking about getting Adventure 2 on Steam, just to have it and I can play it again.
I do remember Rayquaza, and I was kind of annoyed that they didn't put that out on, like, in the English version. I would have did the stupid... I would have used the stupid Coronet costume for Sonic Frontiers. Huh. Well, I still had my GameCube copy, so I probably wasn't paying attention to that, but that's interesting. That's interesting. They should still do it for modern consoles, because people still play that game, though. Like, it is still one of those games that people have, like, massive nostalgia for. I mean, lots of... It's free money. Or not free money, but it's very low... It's, like, low risk, high rewards. Yeah. I do. I still think Mega Man has, like, a better track record than Sonic when it comes to quality. Mario's the one that is just, like... There are bad Mario games, but they're mostly done by third parties or are stupid spin-off games that nobody cares about. Like, who cares that Mario Party 10 was, you know, ass? When it comes to the mainline stuff, like, Mario doesn't really miss. Like, Mario is the envy of the gaming world. That's cool. Did you mean to do the weed number? I don't know. But that's cool. Ay, ay, ay. But yeah. Something, something, something. I have said nice things about Sonic. I waited until after we were done playing the game. But I have put it so... I have buried it so far in the stream that people can still... They'll miss it and they will not understand... that I actually really, really like Sonic, no matter how many shitty games he puts out.
We give thanks for the
Ay, ay, ay.
The Sonic love is
May we
coming out
always
on the
continue
Sonic
to have
06
peace.
stream.
Son of Soliana, guide and
I feel like this is like the best place for it, though, when you think about it, because if I'm just like, if I'm playing Sonic Mania and I'm like, oh, I love Sonic, it's like, well, like, you're playing, like... I still need to work on that video, so light spoilers for my top, like, you know, however many games. Sonic Mania is my favorite, you know, Sonic game, right? It is very easy during Sonic Mania to be like, you know, to be like, I love Sonic. And, like, it probably helps that I'm not playing right now, but at the same time, like, seeing this awful game and, you know, me still being able to be like, oh yeah, Sonic puts out a stupid motion control game for the Switch next month. I'm playing it. Like, that says something. That says about how strong, like, the frickin' brand is. Ay, ay, ay. And that's awesome. Like, there's some games that I'm that high on. I have no idea how many times I played, like, Mega Man X. It would be impressive if I had 100 hours in that, but I would not put it past me. Because, like, my god, like,
performance there.
Have I played it? But you know. Ay, ay, ay. Adventure 2, I could see that. I have no idea how much time I have in that, but I know it's a lot because my brother and I, like other brother, used to, you know, play that a good bit. And you probably have an absurd number.
I don't think I'm even over 100.
But you 100%ed it. Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I'm Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog.
I don't know if I like that game. I have a lot of hours in the houses.
It's also kind of like hard to judge because, like, for me, I like the shorter games. So a lot of times I'll play, like, probably my most played Pikmin game is Pikmin 1, and it's easily the shortest. But that's also because I've gotten it where it's like, I can beat this game in 12 days, 3 hours. I just played Pikmin 3, like, this past week, I played Pikmin 3 twice. Because I needed to determine what my favorite Pikmin game was for reasons. That, I have now, because I've done that, doubled the amount of time I've played Pikmin 3. I played Pikmin 2 twice, and I played Pikmin 4 twice. Which, that's not a bad turnaround on Pikmin 4, because it only came out, like, a year ago. But it's still just one of those things, it's like, how many times have I played, you know, Pikmin 1? It's a lot. So it's really hard for me to judge. I know I played Smash Ultimate and Smash Melee into the ground, though. Anyway, do you need to go, by the way? So I'm having fun.
Go soon.
I'm having fun chatting, but I know you probably have things to do. It's one of those things, like, I watch other stream, like, for me, a lot of times, I just like getting right into the games and not spending a lot of bullshit, you know, like, a lot of time bullshitting. But, like, this, and when I played, you know, like, the last stream with Street Fighter X Mega Man, I did talk for a little while afterwards, and I think that is a more common streamer thing to do.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't mind chatting. I mean, are you crazy, or do you just know what you like? I think it's perfectly fine. I think it's awesome when you have, like, that many hours in a game. Like, it means that you liked it. There was, like, one time I talked to, you know, I was, like, talking to a friend about, blah, 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 like, Pokken Tournament, right? And I said about how I had maxed out, like, gotten max level with Gardevoir and that, right? And the friend thought I was joking. Well, not joking. He thought I was bragging. I'm like, no, that's just indicative of how much I enjoyed playing the game.
It's alright.
Played with the gun character. Some of us didn't play with the gun
We give
characters.
thanks for the blessed flame.
Yeah, that was pretty horribly balanced. Like, who was top? Was it?
Suicune.
I was gonna say Suicune, and then was it Chandelure, Gardevoir, or Braixen,
Eternal light.
or somebody else?
But it's
I think
all...
Braixen was like at least mid, but yeah, it was like all the main characters.
Like, you want to win? Just shoot. Just shoot them.
I did have like a really dumb just like combo that I would use where it's like I would just constantly keep them at a distance. Like I called it like the Fairy Hari Ha because I would like just jump up and I think it was like actually magical keep. It was all pretty and pink and I was using Gardevoir, so Fairy Hari Ha.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Very bad. I had fun with it.
It's fun, and I kind of wish they would have, like, I think they did try to go the distance with it and, like, make it an esport and everything, and they did, like, at least for, I think, Switch, they did a bunch of DLC, which I ended up getting. That could be fun to screw around with at some point, but I feel like we wouldn't really have a lot to do. It'd just be one of those, it's like, oh, we're playing this, we're playing that. That'd be, like, a shorter one, but I don't know. I don't know. Once I get to the Danganronpa, like, the end of the Danganronpa series, we could do the stupid board game. Or we could wait until I get through it with Brandon, and then we could all do the stupid board game.
Oh, what you gonna do down
I think you gave us the first thumbnail, but we can discuss that. I wanted to talk to you about Danganronpa a little bit, so maybe we should wrap this up. Because we're just kind of yammering at this point, and it's a half hour to midnight, and I imagine you probably don't want to be up all night. So I guess I'll start wrapping things up. Thanks everybody who watched, thanks everybody who checked out the VOD. Saturday, I will be doing the poll winner, and if you haven't voted, I think it's a 4-way tie. The poll is not for what indie game I play next. The poll for this week is the one before that, which is what Nintendo game I play next. So if you haven't voted, you could be the deciding vote. Otherwise, I'm just gonna... There's a fair chance I play Star Fox and just, you know, I'll go my waifu.
Crystal?
Yes, she's in She's in Assault. But yeah, beyond that, I don't know what I'll get up to next week. That would be dandy. I would love it.
It's more last week before classics.
Yeah, you'll have to let me know if you can manage when, but you know what, we'll discuss that on our own. We're yammering at this point. So yeah, to wrap things up, thanks again for watching. Maybe consider subscribing if you enjoyed this. We'll be getting back to it again soon, and maybe consider checking out my main channel, Explosion, which is linked on this channel. I do scripted videos over there, so I sound slightly more intelligent. With that, we'll wrap up with that, so thanks again, and have a lovely, lovely, lovely evening.
Bye-bye.